Damon cast a radiant wellspring near him to reduce the speed of the health drain, and it was only a little effective. "Thuck, what am I supposed to do now?" His mind spun. He thought that he could break the curse thanks to this stupid landmass shuffling, but instead he was getting even more punished because of the damned phenomenon. Damon then suddenly remembered something. He still had a skill he had taken from someone else, a skill he hadn't used yet. Summon a fire sprite. As far as Damon knew, sprites were small elemental spirits, tiny beings born from a single type of magic. They were essentially condensed bits of nature's power. Their size ranged from a small spark to the size of a fist. He had heard that there were much stronger sprites, but it was very rare for those guys to show up. The stronger the environment one was in, the higher the chance to contract a strong sprite. He had been waiting for an ideal location to use this skill to summon a fire sprite and try to form a contract with it. And now a good opportunity has presented itself. Considering how strong the fiery aura was, it shouldn't be impossible for him to attract a high-tier sprite. Not to mention, a place rich in hellfire like this was a very special environment that could entice a powerful sprite. It was a good time to try the skill out. Damon did not hesitate anymore and used the skill. As soon as he activated the skill, a ring of fire appeared in front of him. It rose like a small sun, hot air shimmering around it. Sparks danced and hissed. Damon felt the heat slice at his skin. His health dropped a little more. However, that was that. Nothing else happened. He waited for a few seconds, and yet nothing else happened. Soon the ring also started to close up. Damon was a little surprised. He knew he was only going to attract something small because of his insignificant rank and level, but to attract nothing at all? He thought of something and quickly pricked his skin, letting a drop of blood come out. The next instant his gamble paid off, as the collapsing ring froze in midair. Immediately, several bright and fiery shapes appeared on the other side. Damon was completely blinded, and he couldn't see anything at all, but he could feel powerful auras. They were actually fighting with each other to be the one who stepped out of the ring. He grinned and rubbed his hands, waiting for the most powerful one. However, all of a sudden, all of them disappeared. Damon flashed his eyes open. What the heck? He was about to pull out more of his blood when finally something stepped out from the ring. Not a huge something, but a small sprite, no bigger than a bead of water. It was just a spark. It was one of the weakest spirits anyone could pull out. Damon frowned. This had to be a mistake. Clearly, so many other powerful sprites wanted to form a contract with him. How could this weak one possibly win out? Maybe he could try to activate the skill again and have another attempt at it. Unfortunately, before he could do anything about it, the ring collapsed right behind the spark. The small spark flew over to him and sat down on the drop of blood on his finger. It then completely absorbed that drop of blood. A second later, even a satisfied burping sound came from the little spark. Before Damon could say anything, the spark started flying away from him and toward one of the lava rivers. It dove straight for the river and went right into it. For a moment, Damon thought that it was going to disappear, but the next second, the river spat it back out. The next instant, something shocking unfolded. Thick threads of fire essence rose up and wrapped around the spark like ropes. The little thing sucked them in like a bee drinking nectar. But this wasn't just any fire essence. It was thick, condensed hellfire essence. The spark continued absorbing the rich essence continuously for more than a minute. Even the temperature in the vicinity noticeably dropped. Damon's health stopped bleeding. Finally, after about 2 minutes, the spark flew back to him and landed on his finger again. It let out another big burp. The most shocking part was, Even after absorbing so much, the thing hadn't grown at all, not even by a little. Damon bitterly smiled. For a second, he assumed something based on the little thing's size, but it turns out that looks were extremely deceiving in this case. This small spark was definitely not a normal fire sprite. He had pulled out something nice this time. As he looked at it and observed it, a crisp system chime rang and a notification popped in front of him. Ding! A new contract has been formed. Fire sprite. Status: fledgling. Can be evolved. Rank: ? Origin: ? Skills: Hellfire Burst. Active. Fires a concentrated mote of hellfire. Small, but pierces normal fire resistance and leaves a burning wound. Cooldown: none. Hellfire Affinity. Passive. Grants the holder small resistance to hellfire and slightly increases the power of fire-based attacks and hellfire affinity. Flameborn. Passive. Sprite can absorb nearby fire essence to grow. The purer the fire essence, the better the growth prospects and evolution potential. A portion of stored essence can be transferred to the bonded user to temporarily boost fire damage. Damon blinked as the info sunk in. The little sprite was definitely not ordinary at all. It was just a fledgling, and its skills were already terrifying. He could only imagine how powerful it would become when it grew more and evolved. Ding! Do you wish to name your sprite? Damon nodded. Let's go with Goldie. He reached for the small spark with his finger and tried to touch it. He couldn't really touch it or feel it. His finger was going right through it. Do you like your name? He smiled. Immediately, a giggling laugh sounded in his mind like the laugh of a child. A system notification popped up again. Ding! Contract confirmed. Goldie. Fire sprite. Fledgling. Ding! Fire essence required for evolution. 50/1 million. Damon sucked in a big breath of air as he saw the evolution condition. He then shifted his gaze and looked at the egg that was still stuck to his chest. Now he had 2 gluttons to feed. He sat back down and kept playing and experimenting with Goldie. He had been half expecting the little spark to vanish. Elemental sprites were fickle. They usually flickered away when the summoner left the perfect spot. But Goldie stayed. It flitted around his shoulder like a living ember and darted here and there curiously. It didn't really communicate with him that much, except for the occasional giggles. It was understandable, considering it was just a fledgling, something similar to a newborn baby. It was already shocking that it could do so much. Hey Goldie, can you fly around and see if there's more hellfire essence for you to eat up? Damon curiously asked, wondering if it would understand him. And it looked like it did. The little sprite immediately bounced up and down and started darting away. However, it headed over to a region that was cut off by a thick wall, probably a mountain wall or something like that. Goldie buzzed around there, bobbing up and down. Clearly, there was something on the other side, maybe a tunnel? Damon frowned. Could he maybe attack the wall and create a path for the little sprite? Goldie was faster than Damon. After all, it did not think of any consequences. It did not care if its actions were too bombastic and if it would attract the attention of something stronger. It looked like it wanted to eat what was on the other side of the wall, and it decided to go for it. Goldie started shooting small motes of hellfire at the wall. Damon observed it curiously for a moment, wanting to see the effect of the skill. The next second, a frightening damage number appeared. -5,000. In reality, this was not much, but considering the size of the attack and the frequency with which it was coming, it was truly a lot. The sprite was shooting hellfire bullets at the wall continuously like a paintball gun. At first, nothing happened, but quickly the thin cracks spidered out from Goldie's tiny shots. Stone dust flew. The wall shuddered. Big chunks fell away. Goldie didn't stop. It kept firing, steady as a metronome. Each hit flashed a small number above the rubble. -5,000. -5,000. -5,000. The hits came faster and faster. The wall began to cave in. A narrow tunnel opened where the rubble fell. Warm air rushed out, hot and full of ash. Goldie zipped inside without a second thought. The little spark was gone before Damon could say anything. He couldn't follow. The curse still held him like glue. He could only watch as the sprite's tiny light bobbed deeper into the tunnel. Wait and watch where you are going. There might be danger in there. For a long moment, he heard nothing but the soft hiss of lava and the faint pop of falling rock. Then came another childish giggling sound in his head, as if he had said a very funny joke. Damon sighed, and then immediately summoned his shadow clone and sent it in right after the sprite. But he quickly ordered it to stop as another system notification popped in front of him. Goldie, fire essence required for evolution, 100/1,000,000. It did not stop there. A few more notifications appeared in quick succession. Goldie, fire essence required for evolution, 150/1,000,000. Goldie, fire essence required for evolution, 200/1,000,000. Goldie, fire essence required for evolution, 250/1,000,000. Damon couldn't help but gulp. Just how intense the hellfire essence must be that the fire sprite managed to eat so much of it in such a short time. Just where did this tunnel lead? Damn it, he cursed under his breath, feeling a bit frustrated. For all he knew, he could potentially be in grave danger, or a huge opportunity, and he was fucking stuck to the same spot. And I had a feeling that it was the latter here, and not the former. I was sitting right next to a big golden opportunity, my gut feeling told me. There was no guarantee that I would still be in this region after a few hours when the shuffling happened again. If I left here right now, I might never be able to get back here again. Some opportunities are just gone if they are missed the first time around. Damon gritted his teeth and tried reaching for his soul again. He tried for a few minutes without any result, but in the meantime, his shadow clone stumbled onto something very interesting. The tunnel led to another, and then another, followed by another, ending in a narrow passageway which had torches of hellfire on the wall. This was the essence Goldie had been absorbing left and right. The fire sprite had already gone in and absorbed quite a bit, so the shadow clone was able to enter the area freely. However, the moment it stepped inside, a system notification chimed in front of him.
Ding! You have entered a legacy trial. Do you wish to participate in the trial? Damon stared at the notification. His instincts were correct. He was indeed near some sort of opportunity. Legacy trials were not common treasure chests, and each legacy trial had the potential to grant something massive and life-changing, like the Venom King's legacy. Though he doubted if this would be at the same level as the Venom King's legacy, it had to be something powerful. Masters who had only reached a certain milestone in their path would care to leave a legacy behind. Even if the legacy itself was not related to him, he could still obtain valuable items or other recipes or equipment from it. Damon gritted his teeth. This sucked ass. He could not move from the spot because of the curse, and this legacy was right in front of him. On the other hand, a trial might be the one chance he needed. As a bonus, maybe if he accepted the trial, he would be teleported inside the trial area. There was only one way to know, to jump in and see for himself. He immediately accepted the system notification and waited. However, nothing happened. Even after a few seconds, nothing happened at all. Then another system notification appeared. Ding! To participate in the trial, enter the trial area. Damon sighed. It looked like he wouldn't be able to take the easy way out this time. Fuck! He threw a rock at the wall around him and watched it scatter into stones.
He let out another deep breath and doubled back down on trying to figure out his soul and get a sense for the thing. A couple of hours passed by, and then some more passed. His shadow clone was not able to proceed further and returned to him. Goldie was also unable to proceed further and return to him. In the meantime, Damon had made absolutely zero progress. He clutched his head in frustration. In another couple of hours, or even in a few minutes, the world was once again going to shift, and he was going to miss such a big opportunity that was dangling right in front of him. He was also going to lose the blood hall battle and end up getting fucked over. That wouldn't be the end. They had planned so much in advance. A curse like this would have cost resources. They wouldn't stop until they saw blood. They were probably going to kill Mark and Kate and all of his followers, or even worse. Considering what he had done and how he had killed his teammates repeatedly, again and again, they would also be plotting to do something similar. He had started this fight, and now his friends and maybe even his family were going to pay for it. Shit! Fuck! I am fucking useless! Damon clenched his hand so tightly that blood dripped. Goldie hurriedly buzzed over and happily drank his blood, letting out another burp, but Damon was not in the mood to be amused by it. All his thoughts were with Kate and Mark and his family. Thanks to his uselessness, they would be forced to go through unimaginable pain. Damon still vividly remembered the pain he had felt when his own soul had cracked and almost exploded. He never wanted his family and his friends to go through something like that. What the hell am I supposed to do now? He punched the cavern floor he was sitting on. Even after several attempts, he was going nowhere. Doing the same thing was not going to give him any results. He punched the floor again and again and again, more blood leaking out of his fist. His shadow clone looked at him without any emotion, and Goldie was just happy to drink every drop of blood that came out of his body, but Damon was not in the mood to be amused by it. All his thoughts were with Kate and Mark, and his family. Thanks to his uselessness, they would be forced to go through unimaginable pain. Damon still vividly remembered the pain he had felt when his own soul had cracked and almost exploded. He never wanted his family and his friends to go through something like that. What the hell am I supposed to do now? He punched the cavern floor he was sitting on. Even after several attempts, he was going nowhere. Doing the same thing was not going to give him any results. He punched the floor again and again and again, more blood leaking out of his fist. His shadow clone looked at him without any emotion, and Goldie was just happy to drink every drop of blood that came out of his body, but Damon was not in the mood to be amused by it. All his thoughts were with Kate and Mark and his family. Thanks to his uselessness, they would be forced to go through unimaginable pain. Damon still vividly remembered the pain he had felt when his own soul had cracked and almost exploded. He never wanted his family and his friends to go through something like that. What the hell am I supposed to do now? He punched the cavern floor he was sitting on. Even after several attempts, he was going nowhere. Doing the same thing was not going to give him any results. He punched the floor again and again and again, more blood leaking out of his fist. His shadow clone looked at him without any emotion, and Goldie was just happy to drink every drop of blood that came out of his body, but Damon was not in the mood to be amused by it. All his thoughts were with Kate and Mark and his family. Thanks to his uselessness, they would be forced to go through unimaginable pain. Damon still vividly remembered the pain he had felt when his own soul had cracked and almost exploded. He never wanted his family and his friends to go through something like that. What the hell am I supposed to do now? He punched the cavern floor he was sitting on. Even after several attempts, he was going nowhere. Doing the same thing was not going to give him any results. But then suddenly, he stopped. Determination shone in his eyes, which pretty much looked like madness. He finally had an idea, a better idea, an idea that had more than 50% chance of working out. And for it to work, he only needed to do one thing. He needed to feel that pain again. Without hesitation, Damon reached for his primordial mana core. He focused completely, wrapping his mind around the core. He could clearly see the 6 sigils around the core. The 6th one was already broken, but traces of it still remained. There was a small crack in the 5th one, but nothing more. It was thanks to these runes that his body, mind, and soul were currently able to handle his primordial mana core. If these runes were broken before he could strengthen all 3 of them to a sufficient extent, then he would simply explode and cease to exist. He would be destroyed by the very thing that made him overpowered. Damon grit his teeth and reached for the 5th sigil. Almost instantly, a voice sounded in his mind. "Don't do it! My God expended the last wisp of energy he had left in this world to help you. Do not do it, you foolish brute! Don't you dare go against my God's will!" Damon laughed, his voice sounding maniacal. "Shut the fuck up, bitch!" He then, without hesitation, reached for the 5th sigil. The moment his consciousness brushed the rune, pain exploded through him. It felt like suddenly every part of him was pulled and stretched. He screamed. Blood spattered the stone from his mouth, but he did not stop. He tried to focus through the pain, or rather he tried to sense where the pain was originating from. Not his body, not his mind, but from somewhere deep within him. There was not a lot of time. In the blink of an eye, the 5th sigil was already starting to show signs of cracking. First there was only one crack, now one more appeared. The pain doubled and then shot through the roof. Even for the single crack, it felt like the torture increased 100-fold. Damon screamed louder, but he continued going. He had to get the spot where the pain came from. He needed to focus. He needed to cut through everything, even this mind-breaking pain. However, this was easier said than done. The more he focused on the sigil, the more cracks appeared, and the pain became that much worse. With every passing second, the situation was only getting worse. Pain hammered through him, and he couldn't think of anything but the all-consuming pain. His vision blurred. Sweat and blood mixed on his skin. The 5th sigil crawled with more cracks. Each crack sent a new lance of pain through him. Still, he forced his focus inward, deeper than he ever had. He could not stop. Not now. Not when he had already done so much damage. This had to work. And then it cracked. Completely. The 5th sigil became fully covered with cracks, and before Damon could do anything about it, the entirety of it exploded. The next moment, an unbearable pain shot through him. However, Damon grinned like a madman. He got it. He finally got it. He let go of the sigils and his primordial mana core and only focused on that sliver of feeling from which the intense pain originated. He narrowed everything down to that one thin line of pain. All other noise fell away. The world became that hot, sharp thread. Damon closed his eyes and continued to focus on that. His 5th sigil was shaky now, but it was still there. It was barely an inch away from exploding and disappearing. It still held on despite being covered by numerous cracks, but it was still there. Thanks to this, the pain began to recede from his body slowly. Another couple of hours passed by, and his body worked overtime to resolve the fatigue and the after-effects of his shenanigans. There was still a numbing pain everywhere. It was just more manageable now. Damon, however, did not pay attention to any of it. He had sacrificed a lot to get this chance, and he was not going to let it slip now. A lot was riding on this. He had already decided not to be in this position ever again. But it did not matter. Here he was again in the same situation, where everyone he cared about was in the line of fire. As long as he was weak, his friends and his family would be in danger again and again. There was only one way to truly make sure this never happened again. He needed to become stronger. a lot stronger. And for that, he couldn't lose even a single opportunity like this. Damn it, just work already. He gritted his teeth and reached for his soul. He kept at it again and again and again, not letting go of that single thread he was going on to. Then, after a couple more hours, he felt that he was very close. But Damon's face abruptly changed. The world around him started shifting once again. He was finally out of time. Damon's face became unsightly, as he knew that everything he had worked so hard for was going to slip right out from underneath him. He was only up against that dead-end wall again and again, and now the chance he had paid dearly for was also going to disappear. Even if he lost the legacy trial, he did not want to lose the grasp he had on his soul. He was going to reach for his soul today one way or the other. And then it happened. Right in the middle of the landmass shuffling shenanigans, Damon felt something in his soul flare up, a wisp of foreign energy, something that didn't belong to his body, something that was not his. An enraged roar immediately escaped his mouth. Everything after that happened in an instant. Once he sensed that small wisp of dark energy, he howled like a demon and reached for that damn thing without a care in the world. It was this small wisp that was torturing him for almost 2 days now, and he finally had it in his grasp. His primordial mana core, which was bursting with energy now from the loosening of the fifth seal, roared along with him, and he flooded his soul with this bursting energy. The lone strand of wisp stood no chance against the storm his mana core kicked up. In the blink of an eye, it was gone, completely erased. The moment he felt it disappear, he instantly blinked away from his position. He barely made it in time, as he felt his body ram into the wall of the tunnel. The next instant the madness stopped, and Damon was still standing in the same tunnel. He had already entered the core area of the specific location, and the core areas did not shift around. Damon exhaled loudly and collapsed on the ground. He then tiredly rolled around here and there, confirming that he was finally free of the damned curse. A big, ugly grin appeared on his face. He did a fist pump in the air, gave the middle finger to the world, and jumped back into a standing position. It was time to take a look at this trial and see what it was. He did not have a lot of time before the Blood Hall raid began, and he did not want to leave here without even checking out the legacy. He hurriedly blinked through the tunnel and entered the narrow passageway. The space was now lined with empty torches, which didn't matter. Goldie was right next to him, lighting everything up. Damon chuckled as he signaled for the small sprite to sit on his finger. "You are my lucky charm, Goldie. Thanks for all the help." In response, the same giggling sound chimed in his mind, and Damon tiredly smiled. Then he took a few steps and officially entered the legacy trial. The narrow passageway abruptly opened up, and he was now stepping foot into what looked like a vast forge.
A smithing trial. Damon raised a brow. Of all the possibilities, he had not expected something like this. An enormous anvil stood in the center, ringed by braziers that burned with hellfire. A tray slid out, revealing raw ore that glowed. Damon had no idea what that ore was. He tried to inspect it, but came up empty-handed. As he approached the anvil to take a closer look, another system notification chimed in front of him. Ding! Temper the ore with your life, shape it under the right heat, and survive the test. Before Damon could even react, the small sprite quickly darted forward and gobbled up all the hellfire essence in the braziers. Damon smiled bitterly. It looked like the first test was easy enough, but not for him. He was not really talented when it came to smithing. He had tried it a couple of times, that's all. Both times he had forged absolute pieces of shit. The NPC in the forge specifically made sure to tell him that. And now he was in a legacy related to smithing after so much struggle? Life was a bitch sometimes. This was definitely a lost cause. It was a shame that he was going to fail again, even after removing the curse and not losing the chance to step inside this trial. But it did not matter. At least now he knew. He had already tried his best, and there was nothing he could do about his terrible luck. Still, he couldn't really leave without giving it at least one shot. He walked over and set the ore on the anvil. Goldie buzzed around curiously. Though Damon had not dabbled a lot in blacksmithing, he knew the fundamentals about it thanks to observing many blacksmithing videos in his last life, and also from the raw knowledge he had gotten when he stole the skill and made it his own. He lifted the hammer near the anvil with ease and then started banging on the ore. "Goldie, can you handle the heating part? Make sure that the ore is neither too hot nor too cold. Can you do it?" Honestly, he knew everything was going to shit the moment he brought down that hammer. Fuck it, he did not care. He was about to bring the hammer down when he suddenly had an idea. Could he just pocket the ore and get out of here? It looked like it was precious raw material, and the many, many talented blacksmith friends he had would be pleased to use something like this. Maybe this trip wouldn't be a complete waste after all. Damon shrugged and then swiftly placed the ore in his spatial ring. He then tried even pocketing the anvil when a gruff voice sounded behind him. "Just how did you manage to come so far?" Damon instantly blinked away in response. He turned to see a ghost staring at him with clear amusement in his eyes. And wait, he had fangs? This was a vampire ghost. All sorts of theories popped up in Damon's mind, and he prepared to defend himself when the guy chuckled and shook his head. "Don't be so paranoid. I am only a guide to the legacy. I am incapable of harming anyone." Damon let out a sigh of relief. Even though he did not want to completely trust the words of this stranger, everything seemed to add up, and there was no reason for the guy to lie to him. The ghost floated by the anvil, pale fangs flashing in a grin. "You can't pocket that. Don't bother trying. You can only take the ore with you. But why come all this way if all you want is that piece of junk? The proportions are all wrong in the ore mixture. You can't really use it for anything. I specifically set it up this way because this test is designed to see how you will manage the heat required for the ore." "I see. Thank you for your advice, Senior." He politely thanked him. He still did not take the ore out, though, and simply looked around. "You naive fool! I am not deceiving you. I am really only trying to help you, mostly out of boredom. Do you know how many years it has been since someone came all this way and made it so far into my trial?" I shook my head. "Millions of years! The great clans have gone to shit, and now the acolytes are all as dumb as bats. If I had known this, I would have made my legacy easier at least." The ghost sighed in exasperation. "What is your problem, exactly? Why are you still standing there like a fool? Get in front of the anvil and give it a try." I could only bitterly smile again. I had never done this before. How was I supposed to do it now? "Maybe you can guide me a little bit more, Senior," he shamelessly asked. The ghost looked confused. "What is there to guide in this? Just put the lump of metal on the anvil, heat it with your magic, and bring your hammer down on it. If you do not have a worth hammer, you can use this one." A hammer magically appeared next to the anvil. "Can I take this hammer at least?" The old man's face twitched. "No, it is bound." Damon nodded and walked over to stand in front of the anvil. It was not that he wanted to act like a fool in front of his ghost guide, but the thing is, even if he acted all high and mighty, the very first swing of his hammer would betray everything about him. It would publicly display his blacksmithing experience for everyone to see. Well, whatever. Damon sucked in a big breath of air and looked at the sprite next to him. "Goldie, come on, I'm counting on you." He then picked up the hammer and first rolled it around in his palm to get a sense of it. The hammer was neither too heavy nor too light, seemed perfect for him. The old man nodded in approval, looking at him with renewed interest. I inwardly shook my head and wryly chuckled. Here goes nothing. The next second, a dull clang sounded, and the piece of ore on the anvil directly slipped out of the surface and fell on the ground. The old vampire's face turned unsightly. Damon awkwardly scratched his head. "I think I used less strength to hit the ore. I will do better next time."
He shamelessly laughed and picked up the ore from the ground and put it back on the anvil. He had brought the hammer down using only 10% of his strength, afraid that he would ruin the ore. But it turned out that was a bad idea. Damon once again tried hitting the ore, this time using more strength, around 60% of his strength. Thankfully, the ore did not fly away this time. The hammer fell with a loud thud. The ore shuddered and sparks flew, but it was still on the anvil. Damon let out a sigh of relief. On the other hand, the ghost looked even more miserable. "You already made a crack in the ore. Heat it up soon, else it will all turn to shit." "More force, yes, but hold your rhythm. Hit too hard and you shatter. Too soft and it won't take shape." Damon nodded and steadied his grip. He breathed in and tried again. However, the ghost was not satisfied. For the next several minutes, constant criticisms barraged his ears as the ghost relentlessly pestered him about controlling his power. "Read the ore. Feel the ore. Become one with the ore." Damon's face twitched. It was clear that he was not going to achieve this anytime soon. He was already in a rush, and this was going nowhere. What the hell was he doing here, wasting time? He needed to get back to Niera and prepare for the war. Every second counted. "Ahem, Senior, is it possible for me to take a small break in the outside world and adjust my mindset before trying out this trial again?" "Adjust your mindset?" The old man's eyes went wide. As if this guy's mindset was his only problem. If he were not a ghost, he would probably have killed the fellow in front of him 1,000 times over already. "You somehow stumble into my legacy trial, bypassing all of the earlier tests, and land yourself in my final test? And now you also want to take a break and come back?" The old ghost was truly speechless. This was the first time he was seeing someone fall ass backwards into good luck and yet behave so daringly. On the other hand, Damon was also equally shocked after hearing his words. Did the guy just say he was on the final test for the legacy? Could this be a broken legacy or a lost legacy? In that case, the contents might be truly invaluable. Only a very old legacy could become broken like this because of the passage of time. Damon became even more bitter and salty. Even though he had absolutely no chance of succeeding here, he couldn't simply let it go and leave now after knowing this. Why did it have to be smithing of all the things? If it had been an alchemy legacy, he wouldn't be this helpless right now. He steeled his resolve and tried again. On his side, the old ghost continued berating him, taking out all of its frustrations on him, but Damon did not care. If he could somehow grasp how to do this correctly, he could get an amazing windfall here. Damon checked the time. He still had 5 hours before the raid started. This meant he had 5 hours to work this out. Getting back to Bloodhall after that was a simple matter. He just needed to use Bloodgate to return to the outpost first, and then take that portal to get back to Niera. Besides, it was best to surprise the other side at the last moment. If they did not already know he had somehow broken the curse, it was best to reveal it at the very end. He couldn't give them time to plan more counterattacks. After deciding this, Damon fully focused on the task at hand. Another hour passed and there was no progress. This was not like sensing his soul. There he had an in, but he had nothing. "What are you doing, you good-for-nothing acolyte? How could someone be so talentless? Have you never touched a hammer before in your life? Why the hell did it have to be you among all the acolytes?" Ignoring the old vampire's taunts, Damon paused and assessed the situation. This was basically just wasting time. He might as well give up now. The only one who could possibly contribute here was Goldie. He tried mentally communicate with the fire spirit as a last-ditch effort. "Goldie, any chance you can adjust the heat according to the strength I'm exerting?" Goldie was a high-tier fire spirit. Actually, to call it high-tier would be underestimating it. Damon had a feeling if the little spark tried, it could definitely do something like that. All it had to do was grasp the property of the mixed ore and gauge the power of each of his strike. Though this seems complicated for someone like him, for Goldie it might not be all that difficult. It was a stretch, sure, but he would never know without trying. "Goldie, any chance you can adjust the heat according to how hard I hit?" Damon asked again. The little spark giggled in response. Damon sighed. Perhaps he was asking too much of a little child. He could only try it out to see what would happen. He raised the hammer one more time and slowly swung it down. The old vampire clicked his tongue, already preparing to speak out his mind. However, the next moment the old vampire froze in shock. Damon also felt that something was amiss. This time his swing actually felt right.
You actually did it. That was not a bad swing just now. Keep at it. Do it again. Do it again before you forget the feeling." The old vampire became very excited at the prospect of Damon finally showing some progress. Damon did not mind the guy and praised the little spark instead. "Good. Can you do it one more time now?" His heart began racing with excitement. Would he actually be able to clear this test in this way? He swung the hammer down again, and this time, too, the rhythm was absolutely perfect. "Goldie, you are a goddamn genius!" Damon grinned like a devil. He still couldn't believe that he managed to find a loophole like this on an actual high-tier legacy. On the side, the old ghost was going completely livid. "Forget my words, young acolyte! You a genius? You might not be much when it comes to smithing, but in terms of understanding the ore and executing fire magic, you are a born genius. You are a godly chosen. You are a heaven-blessed child who belongs to the path of smithing. You are the star that shines once in a billion years. You are a genius among geniuses. You carry the envy of the heavens themselves." "Ha ha 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 ha! All these years of patience and waiting has not gone to waste. The heavens have not disappointed me. I am satisfied. I am extremely satisfied. You are a celestial ore in the rough, and I can forge you to greatness. I have finally run into a monstrous genius who can carry my name for millennia to come and make me proud. I have found my disciple. I have found my disciple at last." Damon was sweating bullets, afraid that his little gimmick would be revealed any time now, but it looked like the ghost couldn't really sense Goldie all that well. Maybe it just thought that Goldie was a normal fire sprite, as it was extremely rare to come across a high-tier one. Whatever the reason was, his hard work and shamelessness was finally paying off. Damon continued the show and kept at it as he swung his hammer again and again, every time enjoying the effortless, perfect swing and the satisfying feeling. A few seconds later, the old ghost actually ended up stopping him. "That's enough, young acolyte. You do not have to convince me of your qualifications any more. I will officially accept you as my disciple now. I may not be alive right now, but this last soul fragment of mine possesses all the knowledge I have scraped together in my lifetime. With my guidance, you will become the greatest Grandmaster Smith this era has seen. Your fame will resound across galaxies. The entire cosmos will bow at your feet." The ghost became delirious, and it continued rambling. It floated closer, its pale eyes almost wet as it stared at Damon as if he was his very own son or grandson. Damon couldn't help but feel some pity for the poor guy. He probably shouldn't be deceiving him so badly, but what the heck? Survival was everything, and every little treasure mattered. He continued the act and waited patiently for the main event to arrive. The old ghost had already mentioned that this was the final test. He even accepted him as the disciple. Surely he must be taking out a godly treasure any time now. "Quick, now bow to me and accept me as your master," the ghost urged. Damon nodded, and like an obedient little student, he knelt and bowed his head, touching the ground like a student would do to a master in this world. Immediately, a system notification sounded. Ding! You have bound with a soul fragment. Damon froze, then felt a warm, heavy pressure slide into his chest. The ghost's eyes softened. Good. The bond is sealed. Now that I have no more connections to this place, this entire area will be losing its integrity soon. Leave this place at once and summon me when we are at a better location. The old ghost then disappeared, his voice alone sounding in Damon's mind. We start training the first thing. Now that you have accepted me as your master, I will be training you day and night. I will be with you every step of the way. I will mold you into the best this era has ever seen. I will make you proud. Damon quickly tuned out the old ghost and looked around with wide eyes. The old vampire was indeed not lying. The entire place had already started quaking, and rocks were falling around him left and right. But what about his legacy treasure? Fuck! All he got was another voice in his head? He thought he was scamming the damned guy, and instead, he was the one who got scammed. Fuck it. Damon shook his head. He did not have time to think about this right now. He needed to get out of here now and focus on what was important right now, his blood hall raid. He pulled up his system screen and tried activating his blood hall teleportation option first, but unfortunately that was grayed out. Maybe it was because he was in the dark faction continent, while the blood hall was in the light faction continent. Without hesitation, he took out a teleportation scroll and tore it open. At least this method worked. The scroll burst into a white light that wrapped around him. For a blink, he felt dizzy. Then the world ripped apart and stitched back together. He landed on hard ground with a grunt. The light faded. Damon immediately felt many pairs of crimson eyes on him. He looked around to find that he had landed right in the middle of a huge hall, with several vampires walking about here and there. Among the many faces, there was a familiar face as well. "I thought we just said goodbye to each other." Hinata walked over with a warm smile on her face. Hinata's smile quickly changed looking at the condition Damon was currently in, and her face became worried. "Is everything all right? What happened just now? Were you in a dangerous situation, forced to use the teleportation scroll?" Damon could only bitterly smile. "I see," Hinata nodded. "I thought I had dragged you into needless danger and put your life at risk, but now I can see you're doing fine on your own." She laughed lightly and leaned forward to give a hand to Damon. "Why don't you come with me first? I think I have someone you might be looking for." Damon raised a brow. He then remembered the elven girl whom he had almost once again forgotten. What the hell was with that? Sure, he had many things going on his mind, but he had never been this forgetful before. He got up and walked next to Hinata, drawing many eyes in their direction. Hinata was a beautiful woman. She was wearing a dark green robe that accentuated her body, studded with many valuable gems and enchantments, something that commoners would never be able to afford. Even some of the nobles were looking at her with envy. More importantly, they were staring at the new face who was walking alongside such a high-status figure. Soon they walked over to one of the rooms in the adventure hall. "She is inside here," Hinata nodded. Damon opened the door, and immediately he could see the elven girl, sitting in a corner, holding her knees and trembling. Surprisingly, the moment she saw Damon, she ran over and hugged him tightly. Damon was a little taken aback, and from the looks of it, so was the elven girl, as she quickly backed away and stood frozen like a little scared bunny. "Thank you for getting her. I had to send her before I could get here because of a situation and hoped that she would be safe here. Thankfully, you saw to that."
Hinata nodded gently and stepped out of the room, leaving them alone with a polite smile. "I'll give you two a moment." The door clicked shut and silence filled the room again. The elven girl didn't say a word. She simply stood there, wringing the edge of her sleeve, eyes flickering between Damon's face and the ground. Her earlier hug seemed to have surprised her even more than it surprised him. "Are you fine?" Damon asked, and the girl did not answer. "I am sorry to send you like that all alone. You must have been scared. I only did that to protect your life. Well, I guess I shouldn't have dragged you along in the first place, but things happened. Let's just leave it. In the future, I will try not to drag you along into complicated situations." The elf still did not respond, but Damon now knew that she at least trusted him a little bit. "Anyways, let's go home now. You can meet a lot more new characters there. Hopefully you will like someone there and be able to talk to them freely." He opened the door, and Hinata was standing there, waiting patiently. "You didn't have to wait outside. There is really nothing to talk about." Hinata smiled faintly at Damon's remark, but didn't reply immediately. She glanced past him at the elven girl still peeking from behind his shoulder and simply said, "She waited the whole time for you. Even though she was clearly starving, she refused to eat unless we told her you were coming." Damon blinked. He turned to look at the girl again, who quickly lowered her gaze and pressed her lips together. Her ears drooped slightly and her fingers clutched the hem of her dress tighter. He turned back to Hinata. "Thanks. Really." Hinata only shrugged. "You may act cold and ruthless, but you clearly don't leave people behind. I try not to, but this world doesn't make it easy. So if you don't mind me asking, what's your plan now? I heard some things through the grapevine. There is going to be a major war in the Light Faction continent. Are they trying to take back the city you captured?" "Yes, something big is indeed going to go down," Damon smiled. Of course she would know. A big family like hers probably had all information on their fingertips. And just like he expected, the vampiress made the offer. "If you don't mind, may I say something?" Hinata hesitantly spoke. "My family, we have some interests on the Light Faction continent as well. Strategic, of course. Until now we've kept a low profile, observing rather than interfering, but the tide is changing. If you are truly planning to hold that city against what's coming, then I think maybe it's time we stopped observing." Damon smiled. "And started investing?" Hinata tilted her head with a sly smile. "You could say that." I folded my arms and raised a brow. "And what would you expect in return?" "Nothing much. I know you paid the full price for the reinforcements, so I don't want to overstep my limits and ask for something. Maybe we can—" Hinata started talking, but Damon quickly interrupted her. "Let me stop you right there. There is no need to be polite. If you want a stake in this fight, then how about a real one? How would you like to control an entire city? After this battle is over, or perhaps even during this battle, there is a chance we can raid a nearby city and take it under our control." Hinata's eyes widened. "Are you sure?"
"Absolutely," Damon nodded. "I do not have the resources or the financial backup or the manpower to achieve something like that, at least not right now. It would take some time for me to do all that, but if you enter the ring, then everything would change. I can speed up the process quite a bit. It's not like I can conquer the entire Light Continent on my own." "Entire Light Continent?" Hinata gasped. Damon only shrugged, calm as ever. "Eventually." Hinata wanted to say that no one in their right mind would even think about something like that, but she refrained from speaking her mind. "Okay, I think I can get my family to agree to this. When you're talking to them, leave out the part where I boasted about conquering the entire Light Faction continent." Damon laughed. Hinata couldn't help but chuckle. "You are a strange man, Blood God." "That I am. So how long do you think that it would take to convince them? Should I wait for you, or should I leave?"
Hinata shook her head. It will take a while, unfortunately. An hour at the least. If it was just my personal troops, I can gather them in a jiffy, but to use the family's backing and strength, it would take at least an hour or so to make sure everyone is at their best and ready for war. Okay, then I will send someone here to escort you to the Light Faction continent. You would first have to arrive at our outpost, which is quite a distance from here, at the border of the Demon Lands. I am assuming you can manage to do that? Hinata nodded. That shouldn't be a problem. We have several talented mages on our side. Then everything is settled. I will see you soon in an hour or so. Hinata gave a firm nod. We'll be there. You can count on me. Damon responded with a smile. Thank you. He then activated his blood gate and opened up a portal to the outpost. He was actually heading over to the outpost right now. If you want, you can send a man with me now. Hinata quickly contacted someone, and before the blood gate completely materialized, another vampire appeared. Damon stepped into the portal along with the elven girl, followed by the vampire. Getting out of the vampire territory wasn't all that problematic. His blood gate worked just fine, and he was at the outpost in the blink of an eye. It was getting into the vampire territory that was a lot more troublesome thanks to the many defense mechanisms. Otherwise, he could have directly used this skill in the first place to easily enter the Crimson Mountains. Now the real show was going to start. As soon as Damon arrived, the first thing he did was check on his personal messages and the local chatter. Immediately, his face changed. It looked like the other side had beat him to it. He was only thinking of one city when he had talked about conquering the neighbors, but the Super 10 actually ended up taking 3 of them. Not only had they locked him up in space, but they also went above and beyond to make sure that the Bloodhall lost this battle. It was truly a vicious move. It was a good thing I called Hinata over, Damon grinned. He stepped right back into the portal, surprising the vampire on the other end. He then took a communication crystal which Hinata had given him. It was her person communication crystal. Damon filled her in on everything and slightly changed the details of the meetup. With a few other instructions, his job was done, and he once again took the portal with a satisfied smile. This should take care of one of the cities. As for the other 2, he already had a couple of more people in mind. He opened his system screen and went to his friend list. Among his many friends, he selected one person, someone who would probably not contact him on his own if left to his own devices. Necro-God. Such a big-ass eagle on such a little kid. I wonder if he'll even pick up my call. Unexpectedly, the call connected on the first ring. "Blood God, why are you calling me?" came an arrogant voice. Okay, then I will cut the call. Wait, it's fine. Just tell me what you called for. He chuckled. Behind all the act, it looked like the guy was desperately waiting for him to make the first move. Now, the question was, why? He shrugged and casually continued. "The last time I checked, you were low on gold coins. How about you do a little something for me and earn some gold in return?" Instantly, a sneering voice sounded on the other end. "You need me to help you out in the raid battle, right?" Damon's face twitched. There was no point in talking to this kid after all. He was about to hang up when the kid hurriedly spoke out again. Wait, I'm in. I will do this." Damon couldn't believe what he was hearing. The arrogant little brat, full of attitude, was agreeing just like that? What was going on? "I need something in return." "Oh?" "Ahem. I need more of your poison. Can you do it?" It was Damon's turn to sneer. Of course. You got it. Now he understood why the guy had been waiting for him to call and why he was so eager to cooperate. He must have used his poison and observed its effectiveness firsthand. "I need 50 bottles. No, 100 bottles.
"Sure, but are you worth that much?" Damon teased him a little. For a moment there was no response, but then came the trademark arrogant reply. "Ha! I am worth double that." Damon let out a short laugh. "We'll see. Just be at the blood hall as soon as you can, and don't screw this up, genius." Before the kid could spout more nonsense, He cut the call. He stood still for a moment, a small smirk lingering on his lips. Despite the brat's ego, he was a damn good fighter, and not a bad person at all. The man he had admired in his last life was still in the kid. That alone made him a valuable ally. He did not mind giving the kid a little here and there at all. Still, Damon couldn't help but wonder about one thing: that legendary item. He was curious just how much progress the kid had managed to make with it. Well, I guess I would have to wait and see. He closed off the system interface and then closed his eyes to settle himself for a moment. Blood-red wings sprouted on his back as he silently rose up in the air after activating his stealth. He went higher and higher until he could see the distant cities. From up there, he could see all of Niera laid out like a warboard. Outside the city, the light forces formed a glittering wall. Lines of foot soldiers stood shoulder to shoulder. Their shields and their armor caught the sun and flashed like a river of metal. Knights on horseback held ranks, their lances pointing forward in deadly rows. Siege engines, ballistas, and giant crossbows were set up behind them. Priests and clerics in white and gold chanted in groups, their voices rising in a steady rhythm. Runes of holy light floated above some banners. Every now and then, a priest raised a hand and a column of divine fire bloomed in the distance, testing the air. Among them stood the main big shots, peak C-rank powerhouses, knights, priests, and mages who held the higher power in the kingdom. They were the main forces of the kingdom, and they were here right from the get-go. While Elora and Kael'thorn were also C-rank experts, these powerhouses were in a completely different league. The attack power of a mid-C rank expert and a peak C rank expert couldn't be compared. It looked like this time the kingdom was pretty adamant about erasing the black mark from its territory. Damon smiled. This much he was prepared for. His 2.5 billion gold coins had bought him an equivalent army from the vampire clans. But this was not all he needed to face today. Thanks to his friends, he had a lot more unwelcomed guests. On the eastern side, an army of players had gathered. Shockingly, each and every one of them were at least level 70. At this point, an average player in the game was only level 30. But every member of this guild were already at level 70, displaying their terrifying strength and capabilities. That was not all. Apart from the level, they were also obviously dressed from top to bottom in sparkling items and armor. Just a single look would confirm that most of the items were at least rare grade. Many even possessed epic grade items. While not all epic grade items were the same, epic grade items still were leagues above other items even if they were lower leveled. Coupled with the level restrictions for items in general, these were pretty much the best the players could get. And in total, there were not just one or two of these overgeared players, not even 12 or 24. All 500 players who were assembled today were top tier and pretty much unstoppable. This was not all. On the western side, a similarly overpowered army stood ready, the Southern Vanguards. Their banners were different colors, but the message was the same: top players, top gear, and zero fear. They had tanks up front, heavy mages in the middle, and rogue-like skirmishers spread into loose formations, ready to dart into the battleground. A handful of flying mounts circled above them, scouts looking for weak points in the city walls. There were a total of 700 of these impressive players ready to wreak havoc. Between the two player forces, Niera was surrounded like a prize in a ring. The Light Kingdom's army formed the core line, but the player groups on either flank changed everything. The best part was that there was a third army on the south side, apart from these three armies. When compared to these three, the last one was neither organized nor top tier. Everything was just chaos.
The players were randomly arranged, their gear was mismatched and not the best, their skill levels and actual levels were not particularly impressive. But their numbers were terrifying. There were about 5,000 of the chaotic players gathered on the South Road. They were noisy and messy with no real formation, no commanders yelling orders, but numbers could beat skill. They shouted, they bet on loot, and they surged forward like a tide. If those 5,000 hit a weak point at once, even the best defenses could crack. Especially considering that this was not the early phase of the game any longer. Many players had crowd control skills, movement immobilization skills, and stunning skills. With these kind of skills going around, even if it was Damon, he wouldn't be easily able to slaughter through such an army. Damon watched it all from above. They were essentially surrounded on all sides with armies possessing different strengths and powers. In front of these powers, the vampire army spread out within Niera City looked completely insignificant. They absolutely had no chance against these terrifying armies. To make matters worse, more and more players were continuing to trickle to the south side, further increasing the numbers. The whole setup was basically a checkmate, and Damon knew this couldn't possibly be the only surprise they had in store for him.
If Damon was not wrong, then the curse on him, the last-minute armies, and rallying the masses shouldn't be the only things he needed to care about today. There should be something else, something that he was not aware of yet, and something that would be revealed soon enough. Damon let the view sink in for a moment longer. The light side had the numbers, the gear, and priests who could call down holy fire. The players had levels, skills, and reckless hunger. From above, it looked hopeless. But was it really hopeless? With a smile, he folded his wings and dropped down toward the ground, creating a blood gate to the blood hall the next instant. It was time he returned to his throne. Damon stepped through the blood gate and landed in the middle of the big hall along with the elven girl. Kate met him first, eyes red from worry. Mark stood behind her. Varnix bowed low. So did Elora, Kalethorn, and Riven. There was also Mayra, Silvara, Nevin, a few other Ice Clan members, Bloodwraith, and Phoenix. Everyone was surprised to see Damon suddenly appear in the midst of the mayhem, but they were also clearly relieved. "Big bro, there you are. You really know how to make an entrance," Bloodwraith said. He immediately rushed toward Damon, but Kate bet him to it and ran to him first. She hugged him tightly, and then, without caring about all the eyes on them, kissed him several times on his face, and then attacked him with his lips on his lips. She only let him go after a few good seconds. "Where the hell did you go? Are you fine? What happened?" she asked, completely breathless. Damon blinked, a slow smile spreading across his face. He ruffled Kate's hair and answered casually. "Everything is fine now. I am here. I'm sorry to have worried you all." Kate didn't let him go that easily. Her eyes were wet, but fierce. "Don't you ever disappear like that again," she snapped. Then softened. "Promise me." Damon did not say anything. He couldn't promise her something like that, so he could only gently pat her on the head, hugging her closely. "So what are we going to do now?" Mark walked over. "Are you already aware of the situation outside?" Phoenix cleared her throat and added, "I was just telling them that you all should not even be fighting this battle. If you haven't noticed until now, let me be clear. The hidden families have decided to make their big move. They're using this battle as a springboard to become public and claim their rightful place in the hierarchy. You guys do not stand a chance. It is as simple as that." Damon nodded. "I'm sorry, Blood God. I don't want to bring down your battle spirit, but I want to advise you to take the best route here. I don't know what delayed you or held you back. I'm glad you are finally here. However, that doesn't change anything. Even you are not enough to change the tides of this battle. You can see that, right?"
Yes, I mostly agree with you. Do you think I don't know how bad it looks? I know. The outcome today could only be our loss. They have us completely surrounded. I am all for running, but what if we gave it one shot first? He then took out teleportation scrolls and started distributing to everyone. These will take you all straight to the Crimson Mountains, the main base of the vampires. These are powerful teleportation scrolls, and even though I personally haven't confirmed it yet, I am pretty sure they will work even if we are currently standing in the Light Faction continent. If you feel like you are losing or dying, don't hesitate and use these scrolls to teleport to safety. They are easily interrupted, so I suggest returning to the Blood Hall first, or using some sort of absolute defense or stealth or reflection skill before activating the teleportation scrolls. Now, with this said, shall we start working on our enemies? I think we have waited long enough. Meanwhile, outside Nira City, 3 people stood side by side on a flying disc of sorts, overlooking the massive numbers of players and NPCs gathered outside the small city. One was wearing a golden mask that covered his face, the other was wearing a black mask, while the third proudly displayed his flamboyant orange hair. "Are you sure he's still trapped? Are you absolutely sure?" Reynard asked. Viola did not respond anything. She only continued to look into the distance silently. "Come on, Princess, give me the deets. Do you feel that the curse is still active, or did he somehow get out of it? Maybe you have a tingling sensation in some part of your body that tells you if your curse is active or not. What about that guy, totally not a god? Have you heard from him? Alrin or Aiden or something? What does he have to say about your curse?" Unable to bear his incessant pestering, Viola finally snapped and answered, "I spent 10 years of my life on that curse. Do you think it would be so easy to break out of it? First, think before you speak, and better yet, just shut your damn mouth and stop yapping." With that, she turned and walked away to stand a bit farther away. Reynard's face turned unsightly, but he quickly suppressed his annoyance and acted as if he did not care. "What do you think, Michael? What are the odds that the princess screwed the pooch on this one?" Michael did not directly respond to him. The mask on his face remained as indifferent as ever as he calmly spoke. "How does it matter if he's trapped or not? Even if he's here, he wouldn't be able to lift a finger against our preparation this time. In fact, don't you think it's better he's here? That way we will be able to show everyone once and for all where we stand and where he stands." Soon, the first sounds of war blared loudly. From outside the plains of Nira City, the mana bomb ballistas and siege engines roared to life as mages began channeling with all of their minds. Ropes of glowing mana fed into the machines, and they were primed and ready to take action. The first volley flew. Enormous, power-packed mana cannonballs streaked like comets and slammed right into the city. However, before they could do any actual damage, a powerful blood shield rippled all around the city. The thick red dome swallowed the incoming power-packed mana attacks like they were nothing. When the first shot hit the barrier, it exploded in a bloom of sparks and blood mist. The blast shook the ground, but the wall held. The mana bombs fizzled out against the crimson surface, clearly unable to do anything to it. However, the attackers outside were not in the least demotivated. Loud roars, shouts, and curses could be heard as all the armies charged forward collectively. Columns of white and golden light crashed into the blood dome. From all directions, all the armies sent out their most powerful attacks one after the other aimed at the barrier. All sorts of elemental attacks, mana-boosted arrows, columns of divine and holy punishment slammed into the blood dome. The shield took hit after hit, taking everything. For a long moment, the barrier held like a stubborn wall. However, with all of these combined attacks, there was no way the barrier was going to hold. It was only a matter of time before the city defenses crumbled and the fuckable parts would be revealed. Everyone jeered loudly and attacked with full force, wanting to see that sweet scene of the blood barrier shattering apart and disintegrating. But all of a sudden, the sky above them started darkening, and 4 blood spheres appeared floating in the air. These blood spheres became bigger and bigger in size, casting huge circular shadows in the middle of all 4 armies. It took a moment for everyone to realize what was happening. The blood spheres hovered higher. They quickly started swelling up until each one was the size of a massive truck. NPCs and players looked up in confusion. Many of them started aiming for these blood spheres instead of the blood dome enclosing the city. Priests raised their hands and tried to push out more holy light to obliterate the spheres. Mages tried to freeze it and zap it. All sorts of attacks flew towards the spheres. The blood dome was a majestic barrier that the entire city was powering. But unlike that, these blood spheres should not be so robust. Everyone refused to believe that these blood spheres could also not be taken down. All the players and NPCs attacked with full ferocity and gusto. The peak C-rank powerhouses made their move. In the end, the blood spheres only managed to last a fraction of a second before they simply collapsed and exploded. Blood rained down everywhere, spread out by the power of the explosion. Thick drops splattered across the battlefield, staining armor, banners, and the ground itself. Seeing the complex attack in the sky fall apart so quickly, everyone went wild with excitement. The armies roared in celebration for their first win. Players jumped and shouted, throwing taunts and jokes across the battlefield. "Hee hee hee! Blood God is fucked! Guess the vampires ran out of juice. All the Dark Faction players should just commit suicide and reset their character already. Light will always win. Go, go, go! Let's destroy the vampire base and rape some vampire chicks. Fuck them all! The light will always win! The light will always win!" Even the NPC soldiers started pounding their weapons against their shields, shouting in rhythm with the chants. But the joy and the cheering didn't last long. Soon everyone noticed that something was wrong. The blood rain was painful. The blood that had rained down started to sizzle on the ground. The laughter faded as a strange smell filled the air. One player looked down at his hand where a drop had landed. "Motherfucker, what the hell is this?" His eyes went wide as he noticed that his skin had already started to rot. He opened his mouth to scream, but no shout came out. The player could not even react in time as his health instantly bottomed out and his body crumpled to the ground. The blood wasn't just blood. It was poison. The deadly liquid spread fast, eating through armor and melting flesh. Direct contact meant instant death. Players, NPCs, and beasts screamed from every direction as the poison spread like wildfire. Wherever the blood touched, it burned through everything. Steel, cloth, or skin, it didn't matter. In the blink of an eye, the ground was filled with bodies twitching and writhing. Most simply died on the spot. The army started dwindling in numbers rapidly as the death count stacked up. Healers tried to cast cleansing spells, but their magic fizzled out the moment it touched the poison. The poison was simply too strong. The air itself felt toxic, thick with the stench of decay and burning flesh. Nobody could escape the death coming for them. Horses thrashed and fell, their riders rolling off only to melt where they landed. Arrows and attack spells stopped flying. Everyone was too busy trying to escape the nightmare spreading around them. But there was nowhere to run. The poison wasn't staying still. It crawled and slithered across the battlefield like it had a mind of its own. It was spreading everywhere. Even taking a breath became impossible. The cheers had turned into cries of terror as more and more NPCs and players started dropping dead like flies. In just a few seconds, half the front lines were gone, wiped out without a single blade being swung. The opposite side hadn't even lifted a finger yet, and already the aftermath was too much to handle. And this was just the beginning. What kind of a terrifying battle was this going to be? Watching all the chaos from high up, Michael rubbed the drop of blood between his fingers. It is a very potent poison. It is no wonder that the impact was so devastating. Though he appeared to be calm, his face hidden by the golden mask, it was evident in his voice that he did not expect something like this. Viola, on the other hand, did not bother to keep up appearances. How the hell are they capable of unleashing an attack like this? Why was this not in our intel? All is fair in war. You should have already expected something like this to happen. Reynard merely laughed. Since his guild was yet to get down and dirty on the battleground, he was happily enjoying the misery of the other two. Don't worry. See? The damage is not too much. The healers are already hard at work rezzing everyone. The gold invested in those resurrection skill books was definitely worth it. Viola glared at him but did not say anything. She silently started casting a skill over her guild members, increasing their overall mana regeneration and health regeneration for the next hour. She did not want to reveal this move just yet, but it seemed necessary for them to get through this disastrous opening. Thanks to the buffs and the pre-made preparations, soon the guild began to recover a little. The air carrying part of the poison away also helped, but unfortunately a good chunk of the poison's effect still lingered. After the first wave of massive death, there was a second wave of death, and then a third wave of death, when finally things started to slow down. Even then, not everyone was 100% recovered. They still had a poisoned status, which was slowly draining their health a little by little. Weaker ones got additional debuffs, and many unlucky ones were directly paralyzed, which wasn't all that much better than instant death. The same scene happened in all the armies without exception. The only people who managed to come out on top were the C-rank powerhouses and some C-rank experts. Some more experienced NPCs also emerged unscathed, those who managed to erect a strong shield in time. However, most of the others succumbed to the poison in no time and fell where they stood. The battlefield was littered with corpses, gear, and damaged weapons. Even those who were resurrected found themselves coughing blood within seconds, their health bars refusing to stay full no matter how many potions they drank. Michael stood silently, watching the chaos unfold. His hands were clasped behind his back, his golden mask reflecting the faint red glow from the city's barrier. All of a sudden, a chill ran down his spine, and he instinctively looked up. A figure suddenly stepped out of the blood barrier. From high above the blood dome, a loud roar echoed in all directions, followed by a deep, chilling laugh that destroyed whatever morality the masses had left. Just as everyone looked up, blood essence started rising from the ground all over. Millions of ribbons and threads of blood essence shot upwards in a shocking display from all over the battlefield. And every bit of this blood essence flew straight to the lone figure. Not to the blood dome, not to the Naira city, but to the single being who had dared to step out amidst entire armies of players and NPCs. It was a scene that struck fear into every heart. The being just stood there, and blood came to him on its own. Just how powerful must someone be to achieve something like this? What was this overpowered monster doing in a battle like this? Wasn't this supposed to be a one-sided slaughter? What the hell was going on? Many players gulped and started recording videos and clippings of this scene. No one even dared to think about attacking him, especially after the disastrous poison episode. But how could the powerhouses remain stunned for so long?
The C-rank powerhouses, every single one, prepared to target the lone figure. Unfortunately for them, the figure was fast. In the blink of an eye, the silhouette teleported multiple times and disappeared. While everyone was dumbfoundedly searching for this mysterious figure, including Michael, Viola, and Reynard, all of a sudden the air in front of the trio rippled. Michael was the first to react as he set up several defensive barriers around their flying disc. Something told him that this mysterious figure was not a mere NPC, otherwise they would never know to come directly to them. And just as he thought, the figure indeed ended up materializing right in front of them. To his shock and surprise, it was not an NPC or a new unknown character. It was a familiar face with a wide grin plastered, the man's villainous grin stretched from ear to ear as he gazed at them with his chilling crimson eyes. Damon! Blood God! Michael was in complete shock. His golden mask hid his face, but the slight tremor that passed through his body gave him away. Standing next to him, Viola was in no better position. "Impossible! How can you be here?" she stuttered, clenching her fists harder. Damon tilted his head slightly, his grin never fading. "Why can't I be here?" he asked casually. "You came knocking on my city's door. I'm just being polite by coming to greet you myself. Did you three like my welcome gift? I have more where that came from." Damon did not give them any chance as several blood lances appeared all around the flying disc, surrounding them. "Nice ride! I want it!" Then, without any warning, all the blood lances shot forward at the same time. The first hit and cracked the golden barrier around the disc like an egg. The second drilled through the second barrier without any difficulty. The third shattered the next one, and the fourth the after that. One by one, all the hastily erected defense barriers shattered like they were nothing. The thing about going public is now everyone can see you, including me.
Damon's voice was drowned by the rest of the lances shooting forward at the same time. The flying disc shook, barriers flickered and shattered, and cracks spread across the last layer of Michael's shield. However, the three of them were not normal players to remain frozen in shock. Viola hastily started casting her own protection barriers, and she did not stop with that. Her superior talent shone brightly as she multicast with a terrifying speed. Her hands blurred and her eyes whitened out. Immense amount of mana surged around her. While Damon possessed an incomplete version of something unfathomably powerful, it was clear that this woman possessed something as well. Her body was akin to a conduit of mana as she handled insane amount of magic power. The next moment, black chains erupted all around Damon, trying to bind him and tie him at the same time. Several curses rained down on him. His speed, his strength, his health, his mana, everything became a quarter of what it should be. She also created many pitch-black barriers around her, shocking Damon with her talent. In barely a month of the game opening, this woman was able to achieve so much and improve her abilities. It was truly impressive. Unfortunately, it was just not enough to contain him. Spirit Step. Damon used the powerful move he had stolen from one of the Super 10 top players and casually stepped out of all the binds. As for the numerous curses, all he had to do was cast Healing Cleanse and follow it up by Divine Baptism a few times. Multiple rounds of shining light glimmered around him, and when they were done, he was good as new. In the meantime, he disappeared from his location and suddenly appeared right on top of the trio, his shadow clone attacking from behind at the same time. Multiple, powerful Hellfire Crimson Lances attacked the barriers, and the three became exposed in a second. A poison domain was already out by the time the second set of barriers shattered, giving them no chance at all. Everything happened too fast. Damon was not proficient enough to multicast yet, but he was pushing himself to match with the speed of the crazy woman. He did not understand one thing. If she was in Light faction, how was she able to use so many dark magic skills?
It did not matter. That was something for him to analyze later. Right now, he needed to devour these three today, no matter what. He had thought that he had dealt with the elites of the Super 10, giving them a huge blow, but it looked like he was sorely mistaken. Somehow, three more strong players had popped out of the woodwork, even more talented than the so-called elite players. How was this possible? Just how deep was the strength of the Super 10? Damon grit his teeth and pushed out more and more mana from his core, taking the full advantage of the fifth seal on his primordial core almost breaking apart. The three helplessly widened their eyes in shock, unable to keep up with him. Their skills were in cooldown, and they were in no position to erect another set of barriers. Moreover, it was clearly useless as the guy kept breaking down everything in the blink of an eye. So as soon as the barriers shattered, the three of them scattered in three different directions. They did not wait around to taste Damon's next attack. Thankfully, they managed to get out just in time to avoid the strong poisonous aura rippling around Damon. Viola trembled from exhaustion. None of her attacks and curses were working. She was completely out of her mind. She was already weakened because of the earlier curse she had placed on Damon, and now she couldn't handle a full confrontation with him. "Let me handle this," Michael assured her, stepping forward. "Blood God, kneel, and I will forgive you. We have no enmity between us. There is no need to make this a bigger issue than it is. Concede Niera City and submit to our guild. All your past will be forgiven and your future will be limitless. Resist and you will be buried today right here and now." Michael's voice thundered as if his command was the voice of the heaven. A strong divine aura erupted around him. Any Dark Faction player subjected to such a powerful aura would have retreated back from the sheer intensity of it. Even Viola couldn't handle it. Damon watched from the corner of his eyes as a mysterious light flickered on her mask. The next second, she was able to calmly stand amidst the divine pressure. "So that mask is an item?" Damon curiously observed her. On the other side, Michael did not look pleased that his big speech was completely ignored. "Did you not hear me? Kneel and beg for forgiveness. If you can't hear me, then I will make you hear me." He shouted loudly again, and this time lightning crackled above him. A powerful aura surged out, and as it cleared, a blindingly bright sword was revealed. Immediately, immense pressure roiled out of the sword. It was a sword that did not belong in this world. It was a sword that did not belong in the hands of a mere D rank. And yet, Michael was able to bring out something like this. Damon narrowed his eyes, feeling the pressure for the first time since the battle started. He could feel the powerful sword energy from the sword. What kind of a weapon was this? Legendary? Or perhaps even something higher? How the hell did these people manage to procure a weapon like this? "If you can't kneel, then you better die," Michael shouted again. The sword in front of him did not even move, and yet Damon's danger senses were on high alert. 5 sword slices suddenly appeared in front of him. His instincts told him that if he did not evade this attack right now, then he was going to die for sure. Without hesitation, Damon disappeared and reappeared in the completely opposite direction, fully evading the attacks, but it did not matter. 5 sword slices once again appeared in front of him out of nowhere. It looked like there was no evading these attacks. Damon gritted his teeth. What the hell was that sword? He immediately erected a thick and strong blood barrier to block the attacks, sending his shadow clone to continue harassing the 3. He had to deal with this shit, but that did not mean he was going to give those 3 any breathing room. But it looked like he did not have any energy to spare at the moment. The 5 sword slices emitted unbelievably powerful auras, and the very first slice cut through the blood barrier like it was nothing. Damon tried Spirit Step to evade the first one, but even as the sword beam neared him, he did not have the confidence at all. This was going to hit him, and it was going to hurt. "Motherfucker!" Damon roared as he watched the sword beam cut through his shoulder. His health dropped in a chunk, and his right arm went numb. He quickly patched up the injury, but just as he feared, this was far from over. The first slice didn't fade. It looped back like a boomerang, the other 4 chasing right behind it. Damon frowned. This was bad. This was very bad. How could these sword slices be indestructible? There should be something he could do. His gaze instinctively shifted towards the man with the golden mask. He stood indifferently, observing Damon's misery. Above his head, the powerful ring of divine energy was still open, and the sword was shining brilliantly in front of him. Even gazing at that thing directly made the oppressive pressure coming from it worse. Then suddenly Damon had an idea. He was going about it all the wrong way. If Damon couldn't touch the 5 sword beams, then he needed to go after the caster, or the sword. The sword was clearly out of question, but there was nothing stopping himself from attacking the cocky bastard who was watching him calmly. Out of the 3 new figures who had popped out of nowhere, one had already disappeared. Damon had no idea where he went or who he was. He had never seen these 3 before, not in his both lifetimes. The woman was still here, and his clone was currently trying to corner her. Damon immediately summoned back his clone and ordered it to attack the man with the golden mask. At the same time, he appeared behind the guy and opened his mouth to let out a loud roar. The clone's attack came through first and hit some sort of hidden barrier, just as Damon had thought. When his worm's breath finally came out, the 5 sword beams caught up to him, but at the same time the golden mask guy was completely drenched in the powerful flames. His golden mask cracked and revealed an extremely handsome face. However, right now the handsome face was etched with anger and shock. Finally, his expressions were visible for all to see as he hurriedly scrambled to try and block the worm's breath, but it was useless. His armor, his items, everything snapped. Damon had sent out the attack point blank in full blast mode, and there was no escaping it. Until the last moment, the guy uselessly tried to block and evade, but everything happened too fast. His health burned away in a fraction of a second. But Damon couldn't celebrate just yet. Even though he managed to take down the handsome bastard, he was also going down at the same time. The first slice once again tore through him, this time carving a huge mark on his thigh. The second slice came for his chest and left a bleeding hole. The third one came for the same spot, along with the first one which boomeranged back. It was a brutal attack, and there was no escaping it. Damon had sacrificed what little advantage he had over the 5 sword beams to send out the worm's breath. Now it was all coming back to bite him. With 3 sword beams coming right for his chest, there was nowhere to go. It would have been game over right here and now, but at the last minute the sword beams flickered and became weak. They slashed at Damon with only a fraction of their previous strength. Damon grinned. His strategy had worked. As soon as he took out the handsome bastard, the divine aura collapsed and the sword also disappeared. Without the sword, the 5 sword beams seemed to have lost their vigor and now struck dully at his rigid body. While the attacks were still powerful and each one took a major chunk of his health, they were not nearly enough to take him down. Damon instantly used his newly learned blood heal to heal himself. Flesh instantly started knitting together and all the bleeding stopped. At the same time, he also rushed to collect the blood essence from the aftermath of the worm's breath. But that part did not go as he expected. Though he had watched the attack go down with his own eyes and the handsome bastard scream in pain and madness, there was no notification from the system, and there was no trace of a corpse left behind or even burned ashes. Damon could only watch as something that resembled a burning wooden log dropped to the ground. He immediately looked at Violet, and right next to her, the handsome bastard's figure reappeared. The woman was holding a voodoo doll in her hand. The 2 of them then teleported right in front of his eyes and disappeared from the battlefield. The third one was already long gone. Only the flying disc remained, which started falling down to the ground. Damon quickly grabbed the flying disc and tossed it into his spatial ring. It was bound to someone else, but that did not matter. There were always ways to make it clean and free from any other ownership. Unlike beast mounts, mech mounts were a lot easier to tinker with. However, apart from the flying disc, he hadn't really gained much from this short scuffle, even after expending so much. Damon clicked his tongue. He was correct in deducing that these three were the big shots of the whole arrangement, but yet there was nothing he could do to them. He wasn't even able to kill one of them. That was disappointing. At least he made all three run from the scene of the battle. A small victory. Damon grinned. Of course, he also had an even bigger victory. How could he simply let them go just like that? He closed his eyes and tried to get a feel for it. 3 blood marks. 3 strong and unique blood marks. He had tagged all 3 of them during the fight, and he could already sense them. The girl and the handsome bastard were in a neighboring city, probably regrouping before once again coming for him. The third guy was nowhere to be seen. Did he simply log out or something? Damon shrugged. It was fine if he did not manage to get all 3 of them. At least for now, he had a track of these 2. He did not have too much time to spend on these guys, as the main battle was about to start any second now. Even though he had a big clash with the main trio, in reality only a couple of minutes had passed by, and that was more than enough for the big shots to take action. The C-rank powerhouses did not remain idle. Ignoring the poison massacre, they had already started attacking the blood dome once again. This meant that Damon had very little time. He had to cull the tide before the outer barrier crumbled and the fight started. He also needed to juice up. He immediately knew which army he was going to target out of the 3. Ignoring the 3 other armies, Damon swiftly arrived at the disorganized player army. More and more strays were tacking onto this annoying army, and this would serve as a good starter. Once again, he did not have a lot of time. He also did not plan to get creative. He simply decided to deal with these scavenger bitches who wanted to pick on the corpse of his blood haul in the most direct way possible. Damon appeared in front of the army. His figure was only visible for a brief second before many more blood spears bloomed on their heads. These were smaller and immediately crashed down wherever they were conjured, spilling blood and poison everywhere. Players screamed in horror and dread. Many had already started to flee for their lives after the first poison wave, but some remained in the vain hopes that this was a one-off attack. Damon crushed those hopes mercilessly as he ended the random army in a matter of seconds with repeated poison attacks. Hundreds of players died in an instant. Bodies hit the ground and stayed there. Red fog hugged the earth. In the blink of an eye, the huge, unruly army became a carnage of rotting flesh and blood. The scene was way too shocking for anyone to handle. In a single move, the difference between everyone and the top player who ruled this game became abundantly clear. It was the difference between heaven and earth. At this moment, it became evident that no matter what they did, they could never come close to this tyrannical person. Blood God. Now he was the god of death and destruction. With only a few lucky players managing to survive, the entire army was laid waste. The players who were hurrying over to join the fun also stopped in their tracks, completely shell-shocked and terrified. Many used whatever teleportation means they had on hand, and those who didn't possess any straight up turned around and started to flee for their lives. Even after resurrecting in the local graveyard, no one dared to come this side again. The power difference was way too much. How could one person possess so much destructive ability? Everyone foolish enough to assemble could only lament their losses and get the hell out of there. The world chat and the local chat were exploding with chaos. Clips flooded every feed. Damon's tyrannical attacks were played on repeat over and over as everyone watched the blood spears exploding in dread. Log out. Don't go near Niera. He's still there. Party chats turned into retreat pings. Leaders spammed again and again. Fall back, regroup, don't go near Niera. Those who were slow to join the fight and those who were indecisive and hesitated to join the fight thanked their lucky stars and celebrated. Many had lost items and levels on the battlefield. All the items were simply scattered now on the ground, but no one had the guts to go there and pick them up. If someone dared to do such a thing, it would have been a massive haul enough to set them up for life. But the scene of Damon absorbing the blood essence of hundreds of players was enough to freeze the blood of anyone even thinking about such a thing. This man was an absolute monster. an absolute monster that none of them could ever offend in their entire lifetime. In front of such a dominating, tyrannical display of power, in front of such an absolute strength that was capable of erasing hundreds of players in seconds, there was nothing anyone could do. The single display of strength had squashed every doubt anyone ever had on Damon, and every single rumor about him using a legendary weapon or some glitched shortcut. The man's power was absolute, and today everyone witnessed it firsthand. With this, the player army completely disbanded and disappeared as if they had never gathered together in the first place. Only poisonous air continued to fester in the southern boundaries of Niera, even beasts refusing to wander in the region.
This is complete bullshit. How can a single guy annihilate an entire army? I think the losers who went first stepped on some landmine or some shit and got themselves killed. Now they are simply cooking up excuses for their stupidity. Holy hell! Just how strong is Blood God? What move did he use to kill so many people at the same time? How is this even possible? I bet he used some sort of magic scroll. What the hell is a magic scroll now? You mean skill scroll? No bish, actual magic scrolls. You only need to send a little bit of mana inside to unleash mass destruction. I heard that the big guilds had managed to get their hands on some of these magic scrolls. Fuck yeah, Daddy needs some of those. Where can I buy it? Are you an idiot? Normal players can't afford those scrolls. Even if you rented out your ass and somehow managed to scrap the gold, you still can't buy it. Fuck you. Your mama told me last night you are also a broke bitch. Guys, this is obviously a fake video. Why are you all getting so worked up about it? Only a big shot NPC can pull off something like this. There is no way Blood God or any other player could even remotely be this powerful. The whole thing is some sort of publicity stunt. See, I told you, it's fake. Yep, definitely fake. Guys, shut the fuck up. Everything is real and Blood God is legit insane. Whoever doubts this is a damn idiot. If you want proof, why don't you head to the southern gate of Niera and see for yourself? Fake? You sons of bitches. Go to Niera right now if you really think that it is fake. Nobody said a word after that. Everyone's eyes were glued to the few clips of the battlefield circulating on the internet. Now that players did not dare to step inside that poison zone any longer, these video clips were rare, and everyone was dying to see the current status of the war. Meanwhile, inside the barricades of the Blue Fort City, Michael and Viola silently stood at the top of the famous fort, staring at the chaos in the distance. Michael had already replaced his broken mask with another, and Viola still had her original mask on. The two of them did not speak at all for a while. They only stared blankly at the distance at the bright red dome which was yet to shatter. Finally, Michael opened his mouth and said, "We have underestimated him." Viola nodded. "Thank you for your assist in the last minute. I would have died if you hadn't used your voodoo decoy skill." "It's not a big deal," Viola muttered absent-mindedly. Michael let out a sigh and shook off the weird feeling plaguing him. Listen, he only managed to come out on top this time because we had severely underestimated him. He has some sort of poison skill which is new, and if I am not mistaken, he must have recently run into some lucky encounter that gave him a bunch of extra stats. Otherwise, he couldn't have accomplished all of that. Viola only nodded. If I am correct, then he also probably possesses some sort of berserk skill which gives him an insane power-up. This also means that he should be in a weakened cooldown state right now. We did not go all out there. We are here for the long battle. That short display of power did not really help anyone, now did it? Viola again nodded. While it is true that we have underestimated him, we should also not be overwhelmed and give him more credit than he deserves. Let's snap out of it and focus on what's right in front of our eyes. The battle has only begun, and this time, we won't be the ones losing. Seeing that Viola wasn't all that responsive, Michael activated a skill, and the next second he was covered by a divine glow. I am going now to take care of a couple things. Why don't you try to contact that bastard Reynard?
If he had cooperated, we could have already taken care of Blood God. He needs to answer for his actions. I am going to bring this up with the council. I hope you can support me." With this, his figure disappeared, and he was gone from the Blue Fort city. Viola still stood at the same spot and mumbled absent-mindedly to herself. "How the hell did you manage to break my curse? Just who are you?" She too then disappeared after a few seconds to regroup with her guild. The main event was about to start after all. She clenched her fists with determination. This time, she was not going to lose. Not to that barbarian who drinks blood. "We need to take down that damned barrier first," Viola commanded her second in charge. "Use everything we have. Use all the magic scrolls you need. I do not care about expenses. I need that shield to come down now. Let's slaughter everyone and burn the city to the ground." Her body was shaking as she gave the command. It looked like all the armies had decided to go all out and end the Blood Dome as quickly as possible. While they were camped out here, they were pretty much sitting ducks, and the enemy was able to do as they pleased. But once the barrier came down, everything was going to change. All the armies fired on all cylinders. They also quickly adapted to Damon's poison blasts by setting up defensive formations. Smaller units formed, and each unit boasted a powerful hexagonal shield, and a dedicated person maintained it on repeat. The others were also ordered to lock down and snipe the devilish vampire if they ever laid eyes on him again. The element of surprise was no longer there, and this time it would be a lot more difficult to deal any massive damage to the troops. Damon grinned. Not so surprisingly, the battle had progressed to the next phase, but he had already made preparations for this. The blood barrier was going to go down sooner or later. There was no doubt about it, and there was nothing anyone could do to prevent it. The question was just how much he could cull down the enemy forces before this happened. Also, unlike the first battle, there were no waves of enemy troops this time around. They had to face the full brunt of the attack right from the get-go. In this situation, the more chaos he sowed, the better the benefits they reaped. As long as the army was organized, it would be powerful and it would be a threat to them. This was not the messy, random player army they were dealing with. One was almost a pure NPC army, while the other two were trained super guild armies. None of them could be underestimated. Every single death would only cement their victory further, and for that he had to burn some money and also introduce his second shock factor, his newly blessed follower. "It's go time." Damon gave the mental command, and a figure rose up from the distant forest. A terrifyingly powerful aura surged out, and a huge draconic beast flapped its wings to appear in the sky. Erin made her first appearance in style. Her body had now completely transformed. She had smooth and shiny black scales with crimson patterns on them. There was an overwhelming miasmic aura spilling out of her, spreading in the skies like dark storm clouds. All the peak's C-rank powerhouses could sense her profound aura even from a distance. The moment she revealed herself, the battlefield became still for a second. Everyone was perceptive enough to know that something was coming, something huge. And in the blink of an eye, her serpentine draconic body crossed the distance and arrived right on top of the battlefield effortlessly. A huge shadow fell over the battlefield. Erin's roar rolled over the plain and made armor buzz. Her long body coiled once in the air and snapped straight. Black scales flashed. Crimson lines glowed between them like hot metal. The wind itself seemed to sour. She struck first, one breath. A wide cone of greenish-purple-black miasma blasted out of her maw and fell over the western boundary, mixing in with the air. The southern vanguards were the first to face the storm. The miasma hit the barriers, and in a fraction of a second, the barriers crumbled. The army hastily tried to restore the protection, but it was of no use. The miasma was simply too strong. It was eating through everything. Also, the miasma was very unique. It was not merely a poisonous miasma. Even though the protective barriers blocked the poisonous part of it, some sort of component leaked through. and this component was undoubtedly terrifying. Viola, who stood amidst a couple of C-rank powerhouse NPCs, gaped in shock. Here she thought they were the ones going to be making big moves, but the opponent had once again made another ruthless move without giving them a single breath to show their hands. "Use the scrolls! What are you waiting for? Do something!" she screamed, her poised and elegant appearance completely gone. There were 10 NPCs surrounding her, 3 of whom were peak C-rank powerhouses. If Damon had to guess, these would be her personal followers. The others were not much of a threat, but they couldn't be ignored either. They were significant presences that could slaughter many vampires. But it didn't matter. Along with Aaron, Damon appeared on the western boundary. He already made the selection. In the choice of east or west or north, he instantly chose west without hesitation. Among the 3 mysterious figures, the woman was the weakest, and she seemed to possess the weirdest skills as well. He was also very curious about how she was able to freely use dark magic while staying in the light faction and even commanding light faction NPC followers. Heck, she was the city lord of a light faction city. How was this possible? It bugged Damon. He was pretty sure the woman had something extremely valuable on her. Her cursing skill was not that bad. Devouring all 3 of them today and stealing all of their skills was downright impossible, so he decided to set a more achievable goal. He would target one among the 3 and get to the bottom of their abilities, and this woman was definitely the perfect choice, he was sure of it. Using Aaron's surprise entry, he struck like a hammer. Aaron attacked first, and the miasma spread through the army, her mental corruption working overtime. Damon could already see the army of talented, well-trained players starting to stumble and fumble. The miasma spread quickly, affecting more and more people by the second. Just as a super guild army would have it, the troops were not simple at all. They seemed to have an impressive basal mental resilience. Unlike the intruders in her former territory, Aaron was not able to turn these people completely into her puppets and mindless zombies, but her miasma was still able to at least cloud their minds and affect their decisions. Their thinking and their mental processing had clearly slowed down. After the miasma clung to the air, even the casting speed of many became slow, and the barriers were no longer coming up in time. Using this as an opportunity, Damon continued to apply pressure through poison, sending yet another wave of players to the ground. At the same time, he dashed towards his main target like an arrow. Even in the crowd of hundreds of players, he instantly found her out thanks to his blood mark, and within seconds, he stood in front of her once again with a big wolfish grin on his face. "Hello again. Are you the one who cursed me?" His voice sent shivers down Viola's spine as she dumbly looked around her. Damon's figure blurred and appeared in another location the next moment. Before Viola could find him there, he once again moved and appeared somewhere else. He was like a ghost that kept jump-scaring her, appearing in random places. But every time he appeared, the people around him folded like dummies, crumbling and falling to their deaths. Damon happily absorbed the blood essence while continuing to torment the poor woman. Meanwhile, Erin had a savage smile on her face as she continued to rain hell everywhere. Like Damon, she did not restrict herself to the west. She was everywhere and released torrents of black miasma all over the battlefield. Between her attacks and Damon's earlier poison blasts, the very landscape outside of Nyera City was quickly changing. Even though everyone was currently standing in the Light Faction continent, where the environment, air, mana, earth, and everything should be favorable to the Light Faction players, the situation right now was completely different. Both the miasma and Damon's poison were stubborn entities that refused to clear out the area. No matter how powerful the cleansing and protection skills were, parts of them lingered and seeped all around. Almost everyone on the battlefield began to accrue passive debuffs. Even the super guild armies filled with elite players couldn't keep up with the constant health and mana refills. Both Michael and Viola were at their wits' end. Viola had it worse as she was personally targeted by Damon. The woman could only helplessly watch as none of her curses landed. She shouted in rage as Mana danced around her, and her mind worked tirelessly, tossing one skill after another on Damon, somehow trying to pin him down. However, the bastard always seemed to have an endless amount of escape skills at his disposal. She did not understand how someone's mana reserves could be so insane. It was as if he had limitless mana. She was the heavens blessed. Her body was made to use mana. She was born to be a superior mana vessel, and yet in front of this madman, she could only feel like a second-tier human. Every time she aimed, Damon was gone. He popped in, bodies dropped, and he drank the red threads without even looking. Her curses slid off him, her decoy tricks snapped, her seals cracked. "What are you all still doing? You protected me enough already! Just go and kill him!" she finally screamed at her NPC guards, unable to bear the constant pressure of watching everyone around her drop like flies. These were not any normal players. They were talented elites trained by her family for generations, and now Blood God was randomly killing them like cutting down cattle. It was unbearable for her to digest. The mental stress was simply too much, and coupled with Erin's miasma, her thinking became biased. And this was precisely the moment Damon had been waiting for. He had only a few seconds in hand, so he couldn't simply use brute power here to do his job. He had to play the mind games and slowly push the woman to the edge. Now she was finally there, and she had made the mistake he was hoping for. Hearing Viola's command, all the NPCs around her dashed forward to attack Damon. These were not normal players or elite players whom he could easily fight with. They were peak C-Wank powerhouse NPCs. Damon had no intention to tangle with them right at this moment. It was easy for him to evade their attacks before as he kept running around, but it wouldn't be the same if he came for Viola. He would never have managed to get past them to reach her. But now things were different. Thanks to the mental pressure he applied, Viola herself had sent everyone out, leaving her alone and vulnerable. This was his chance, and Damon instantly acted. He swiftly led the NPCs away from Viola. All sorts of attacks flew at him, torrents of divine energy, different elemental energies, and sword beams. Damon was sweating bullets just trying to escape the chaos. In his head, the plan was a lot easier, but the reality was a little different. He also had to watch out for control skills that kept popping up everywhere around him. If he slowed down even a bit, then it would be game over. He couldn't keep this up for long. He had to end it now. While he led the NPCs away, his shadow clone finally made the move. His shadow clone did not waste time and silently appeared behind Viola. Many blood shadow daggers appeared around the clone, and without hesitation, the clone plunged all of them into her, executing Blade Dance. However, before any of the attacks could reach the woman, another figure appeared behind her and blocked all of the attacks. It was a red-robed man who was covered from top to bottom. Viola's eyes widened in shock, as she could only passively observe everything happening. She was too slow to react. Rather, everything around her was happening at an insane pace, a pace she couldn't keep up now if she tried. "How are you here?" she gasped in shock at the red-robed man. "Your father sent me," he curtly answered. Viola herself seemed to be unaware of the man's presence. It was good that she did not know. Only because of that, she was alive right now. She gulped as she watched the mysterious man parry with the Shadow Clone. He was able to take care of whatever trump card the Shadow Clone threw at him, easily at that. Clearly, their side had the superior skills and the stats. It was only a matter of time before the clone was dealt with. Viola let out a sigh of relief. Her mind was muddled for a moment, and she made a stupid mistake. Thankfully, she did not have to pay the price for it. But before she could finish her thought, something plunged into her back. A searing pain sent her mind reeling, and her health plummeted. Viola only managed to turn and look as her body dropped to the ground. Standing with claws full of blood was a stunningly beautiful woman. Her eyes were crimson, her pupils slitted. She had dark greenish-purple hair that fluttered in the miasmic winds. Viola stared at the woman, at those cruel eyes as the last bit of her health emptied out. She then gasped, coughing up blood as her blood essence rose and shot up right next to the woman, where a familiar figure teleported to the spot. Blood God. The villain had a great big smile on his face as he too watched her die, greedily drinking in all the blood essence. Viola's heart sank. She had truly lost this time. She, the Princess of the South, was utterly and completely defeated by one random man who had popped out of nowhere. She closed her eyes, her body finally becoming limp and lifeless. On the other side, Damon's heart raced. He couldn't believe it. The plan was insane, but somehow they had made it work. More importantly, his assumption had been right all along. This woman definitely had an interesting item on her. Right after Viola's death, a few items appeared all around her. He gave up on absorbing Viola's blood essence and reached for the one particular item that lay inconspicuously on the ground, a plain and cracked mask. But if one looked closely, the mask was emitting a faint orange-golden aura, the mark of a legendary item. Damon did not have the time to analyze everything right there. He did not even have the time to loot anything else or absorb any more blood essence. There was only a split second before all the NPCs rushed back to Viola's side and he and Aaron got attacked on all sides. They needed to leave now. Damon hurriedly picked up the mask alone as he instantly disappeared from the spot along with Aaron. The next moment they appeared inside the blood dome, away from all the chaos and mayhem. The teleport had only barely finished when an intense pain assaulted Damon all of a sudden. Damon's eyes widened as he looked at his arm. There was a huge slash and blood was dripping. The wound also looked black and fumes were coming out. A poison attack, and a pretty powerful one at that. Ding! You have been poisoned! Ding! Your stats have been reduced by 50% permanently. Damon could not believe what he was seeing. How could a poison be this powerful? A 50% permanent reduction meant that the poison was capable of affecting your very roots and your core abilities. This was completely insane. But he was not too worried about it. His lips tugged upwards as he could already feel his body working on it. Just as he thought, the next second, another notification popped up. Ding! Your 9 million poison body has absorbed the poison and started to refine it. Ding! Your stats are now only reduced by 45% permanently. Ding! Your 9 million poison body has successfully refined some of the poison. Ding! Your stats are now only reduced by 38% permanently. Ding! ... In some time, everything would be fully cleared and the poison would also be assimilated within Damon's body. He would have an added new and powerful poison to his already existing brew. That was way too close. Damon let out a sigh of relief. It looked like his body would be able to handle the poison after all. But the thing that bothered him was, just how many hidden monsters were the Super 10 hiding? Who was that red-robed guy? Damon was pretty sure that it was this guy who had attacked his arm at the very last moment. His speed and his technique was shockingly amazing enough to achieve such a feat. Damon thought that he had an edge over the Super 10 thanks to his previous timeline knowledge, and now it was abundantly clear that what he knew was simply the tip of an iceberg. In fact, it would be safe to assume that he knew nothing at all about these guys. Breaking his thoughts, Aaron worriedly pulled his arm towards her, being as gentle as she could. "You're hurt, my lord," she hissed as anger flashed in her eyes. "Allow me to get out right this instant, and I will once again wreak havoc on those fools and slaughter every single one of them." Damon chuckled. "I know you will, and there will be a time for that. But for now, you have a minute to rest and recuperate. I suggest you use that." He then pulled his arm away from her. "Don't worry about my injury. See, it's already healing." Erin nodded as she saw the flesh becoming normal once again and the black hue fading. The two of them then teleported into the blood hall's main area where everyone else was waiting. "Damon, why did you have to risk so much?" Kate immediately ran over to him. Damon saw the 3 big screens where different gates were currently being shown. The entire battlefield was being projected by 3 magic crystals showing different parts of the action. Everyone had been watching the whole thing going down this entire time. Damon's eyes lit up. He had completely forgotten about this part. In his last life, many guilds had used these rare crystals in guild battles to learn about other secrets. There was also a recording feature, and Damon was excited to comb through all of the footage once the battle was over. There was a lot he could learn from these videos. He could even completely decipher everyone's strengths and weaknesses. But this had to wait a while. For now, there was something more important he had to do. "Give me a second." Damon nodded at Kate, and then immediately shifted his attention to Varnix. "Can you tell me exactly how much integrity is left in that barrier?" Varnix was an experienced veteran. He already knew what Damon was about to say. "A couple more minutes at most, my lord," he hurriedly answered with a bow. "Fuck it. Break the dome now. Collapse it and send out our forces. The archers, the mages, and the long-range troops need to act now to go the maximum damage. Erin's miasma is at its strongest right now, and we need to take full advantage of it," Damon ordered decisively. Every second the barrier was up, it was their advantage, and they would be draining the resources of the opposition. But it was also good to know when to stop. Varnix quickly acted and pulled up the system screen. The next second, all the vampires assembled in the city heard a booming voice. "It begins now. The barrier is coming down. You have 10 seconds to prepare yourself." Varnix's voice rolled through every street and cellar. 10, 9, 8. "Archers to roofs, mages to the ledges, long range, load now, gate teams, brace, sewers, open the vents on my mark. 7, 6. We, the warriors of blood, will never crumble. We will fight to the last breath. We will kill and drink to our heart's content. We will show these dogs who the world belongs to. This is just the beginning. Soon there will be blood and death everywhere, and we will rule over the ruins. We will enslave these pious, hideous dogs and turn them into our cattle. Their gold will be ours, and their women will be ours. Glory to the blood hall. Glory to the blood god." 5, 4. Erin spread her wings, breath coiling in her throat, already prepared to unleash mass destruction and chaos. 3. Damon disappeared, and the next second appeared near the dome, touching it lightly with his claw. A thick and dense poison essence leaked from his body to the blood of the dome, quickly changing its color from red to black. 2. Varnix waved his index finger and created a sigil in the air. The entire city held its breath. Every single vampire within the walls waited with bated breath. 1. "Kill, slaughter, feed to your heart's content," Varnix's voice boomed as the blood dome exploded outward, spilling blood and poison everywhere. The dome blew like a bloody sun. A shockwave of red and black tore across the plain. Shields flashed, then cracked. The first ranks outside dropped without a scream. Blood rained. Poison hissed where it fell. Before the explosion even settled, a wave of fresh attacks landed on the armies. Blood arrows and blood bolts filled the sky. Power-packed blood spheres were released onto the masses. Defenses were quickly erected by the opposition, but the sheer amount of attacks broke the solid defenses over and over again. The opening of the battle once again went to the vampires, with more than a third of each army annihilated just by these attacks. And it was not nearly over. In the midst of this mayhem, Erin's figure blasted over the skies, raining terror everywhere she went. Elora, Calethorn, Kate, and Mark finally made their move. Along with them, a bunch of C-rank vampire NPCs busted out of the Blood Hall. The close-range fighters left the city gates and landed smack dab in the middle of the enemy lines. The blood manipulators stayed back and rained hell from a distance. The enemy lines buckled, the kill counts started shooting up, and the numbers in all three armies quickly dwindled. However, this was just the beginning. The Light Faction army did not come to Nyera to get slaughtered after all. While all of these attacks took care of the weaker cannon fodder, the main force held strong, protected by multiple divine and holy barriers that did not allow a single attack to pass through. And when the first wave of back-to-back attacks faded, the opposition finally showed their hand. It looked like they had been waiting for this moment all this while. One of the C-rank powerhouses took a horn and blew, and the morale of the entire army instantly lifted. Not just the morale, but their mental clarity as well returned. Aaron's miasma appeared visible thinned down, and many who were sluggish and dizzy straightened back up, ready for battle. Damon could also clearly feel a change in the environment. The divine aura and the holy energy in the battlefield slowly started to increase. Every single divine or holy attack or block or heal gained extra boost, and the whole table had turned in an instant. That bloody horn is a legendary item, Damon's eyes gleamed. Though his instincts screamed at him to rush directly to that C-rank powerhouse and plunder that legendary item he had dangled in front of his eyes, he restrained himself. Just in time, because it looked like a few of the C-rank vampires had the same idea. About 5 recruited C-rank vampires, all of them blood generals, headed straight for the bulky, muscular man sitting inconspicuously on a horseback in the middle of ordinary troops. At first glance, there was nothing special about him, and when someone like him took out a legendary item, it was the obvious choice to pounce on him and steal it. However, the very next second proved that this was a grave mistake. As soon as the 5 C-rank blood generals closed in, the ground under their boots flashed. A pale circle snapped open around the horse and the man. Lines of gold ran out like a web. Instantly, 5 golden cages appeared around the 5 blood generals. Before they could even try and get out of the cages, blinding lightning and thunder crashed inside the cages and turned each cage into a death trap. The 5 blood generals jerked like puppets. One tried to blink out. He hit the bars and snapped back, armor smoking. Another raised a blood shield, and the lightning ate it like paper. A third swung his axe, and the blade went dull, then bright, and then cracked in half. All of their efforts were naught. There was simply no escape from the cages. Soon the intensity of the lightning inside the cage went up a notch. Damon and the other C-rank blood generals could only watch in utter shock and horror as the 5 inside the cages soon became black statues. For a breath, they stood there, smoking in those gold cages. Then they cracked. Ash fell out through the bars. Health bars went flat. Names grayed out. It was a clear warning for anyone who had any ideas on stealing the legendary item. Damon let out a breath and then snapped out of it. They could always find a way to deal with that guy later. For now, there were several other powerful fighters they needed to address. Otherwise, their city would be razed to ground within seconds. "Attack that man only from a distance! Do not go close to him!" Damon's voice boomed across the battlefield. The other blood generals already got the hint, and Damon did not have to tell them twice. As per the earlier instructions, 3 of them grouped together and started going after C-rank paladins and knights scattered in the armies and rushing forward towards the city gates, along with their troops. A small group of stealth shadow element vampires rushed ahead to deal with the priests and the other main healers in the army. Damon hid himself amidst this group and charged ahead. Ahead, a priest cluster stood in a half-circle, staves linked, gold light pouring into the front line. 2 shadows peeled off. A thin needle of blood flickered from Damon's throat and struck the lead priest's throat accurately. The next second, his vision turned white, and black veins appeared on his body. The rest of the group became alert, and all of them poured their combined efforts to heal the lead priest, but it was of no use. Their strategy of keeping themselves alive by healing and protecting each other failed in front of Damon's vicious poison, and with the circle broken, the other 2 vampires took care of the rest of them. Damon and the group continued to move forward to find other targets. Damon did not really stick to a particular area or to a specific target. He was simply running rampant on the battleground, unleashing poison needles in every which direction. 3 C-rank paladins locked onto him and chased after him, but he was impossible to pin down. They tried all sorts of tricks, chains of light, gravity nails, sun shackles, but he slipped each one. He blinked left with spirit step, skimmed a spear tip, and slid under a shield. A paladin slammed a glowing seal into the ground. The air grabbed at Damon's legs. He cut the seal with one claw and kept moving. Another paladin hurled a net of gold. Damon ripped apart the whole net with his bare hands and dashed ahead. Blood essence flowed into him endlessly wherever he moved. There were other vampires also consuming blood essence from the battleground, but the amount of essence Damon sucked in was insane. He was a greedy goblin who single-handedly took almost 90% of all the essence from the battleground. He was like a red storm with thick blood essence shooting towards him as he carved a path of carnage in the battlefield. There was simply no point in him even maintaining stealth any longer. The blood storm showed the exact position he was in, and Damon did not care. Like one-man army, he killed his way through the battlefield until he headed straight for his favorite beasts, the divine steeds. "I missed you guys." Damon laughed at the sight of the big, juicy elephants, who always gave him a huge bump in stats. Then he started another round of massacre. On the side, Elora, Calethorn, Mark, and Kate were equally busy racking up their kill counts. Elora finally showed everyone that she was not merely a pretty face with a sinful body. She spared no effort as she straightaway took care of 2 C-rank paladins, sending a barrage of condensed blood bullets that packed quite a punch. The 2 C-rank paladins ignored the bullets, thinking they were merely ordinary attacks, but they failed to notice the runes carved on the bullets. Elora snapped her fingers and her runes activated. One bullet momentarily stunned the target, while the other bullet left him in a confused state. Elora perfectly used this opportunity to follow up her attack with a few more blood bullets, these ones containing pure dominant power, which drained their health to oblivion before they could recover from their stupor. Blood circles appeared underneath many other weaker holy light warriors, slamming all of them with blood lightning and blood spikes. Damon had given her a few skill books she had lacked, and with that, her power had instantly spiked as she ended up upgrading some of her skills. The result was clearly visible on the battlefield. On the side, Kate was also unleashing a barrage of attacks. Though her skill level was not comparable to Elora, a C-rank blood expert, she had an abundance of stats to make up for that expertise. Her blood spheres and blood bombs hit like bricks and quickly put down many in the battlefield. She didn't aim fancy, she threw a lot. Pure stats did the rest. Lines that would have held broke under the weight of her attacks. While the 2 women pulled their weight, even they had to admit that Mark and Calethorn were absolutely brilliant on the battlefield, a notch above the rest. Calethorn had already managed to recover quite a bit and was not as weak as before. He was almost back to his peak condition, and he even returned to being a blood expert on the verge of breaking through to blood general. His blade master skills were second to none as he fought the way only a blade master could. He had a great sword in one hand, axe on his back, swapping between them without breaking stride. He opened with the sword, blood cleave. He swung his sword down and a wave of blood energy erupted, killing everyone along the line.
Calethorn was unstoppable as his blade cut through all the attacks flying at him. He fought up close and personal with the light faction army, sinking his fangs into the paladins and knights without restraint. His bloodthirsty aura was completely unleashed for everyone to see. Finally, the other group decided that he couldn't be left alone anymore, and a peak C-rank powerhouse stepped out to stop him. A peak C-rank Radiant champion in full gold plate walked straight through the mess. He carried a sun hammer and a mirror shield. Light crawled over his armor like fire. He pointed the hammer at Calethorn. "Blasphemer! Face me!" Calethorn scoffed.
There was some sort of intimidation skill mixed in with the guy's shout, but it did not have any effect on him. He shook it off like it was nothing. "In front of my master, you are nothing. Shut your trap and stop shouting in my ears. Even 100 of you mean nothing to me." His blade danced as he fearlessly fought the Radiant Champion, who was clearly a league above him. The champion moved first. Smite step. He blinked in and swung. The hit came with a shock wave. Calethorn slid his sword up and caught it on the flat. The wave still punched his ribs. He grinned anyway and pushed back. The champion snarled and drove forward. Hammerfall. Calethorn crossed blade and axe and took it on the guard. His boot slid a handspan. But out of nowhere, a blood bullet landed on the Radiant Champion, temporarily destabilizing him. Calethorn did not miss the opportunity and went in for the kill. His blade danced, and his aura flared as he looked like a battle maniac who had seen countless fights in his life. The Radiant Champion was soon slowly pushed back, and his health started dropping. How could the Light faction allow one of their key fighters to go down just like that? Soon a support unit arrived with 3 other C-rank Guardian Knights and 1 C-rank healer. Calethorn grimaced. He prepared to take down the entire unit or go down trying, but right at this moment another figure landed square in front of the support troops, not letting any of them actually get close to the losing Radiant Champion. "Finish it soon. I got this," Mark's voice thundered. Thanks to the skill books Damon acquired, he now had many tank skills in his possession. These skills swimmingly went along with his current playstyle. A blood shield flared up in front of him, and when the golden veins in his muscular hand lit up, these veins appeared in his blood shield as well. Mark's size increased as he stood toweringly over the other C-rank fighters. He knew it was impossible for him to take down any of them, but he was more than capable of delaying them. Elora also did not let up and kept attacking the Radiant Champion from the distance. A Radiant Champion was a sun-blessed knight who specialized in tanking and breaking the front lines and any obstacles that fell on the path of the army. Calethorn stood toe-to-toe with such a behemoth and ground down his defenses with every swing of the blade. With the help of Mark and Elora, he soon managed to completely overpower him and drained his health to the last drop. As the man's lifeless body dropped dead on the battleground, Calethorn trembled in excitement. His battle fervor only increased despite the exhaustion. He had actually managed to slaughter a peak C-rank powerhouse. Keeping up the momentum, he growled and dashed forward to the next enemy. His eyes shone with bloodlust. Meanwhile, with Kate's and Elora's assistance, Mark neatly took care of the other 3 C-rank knights and the C-rank healer. Together, the 4 of them were able to perform well above what they should and culled down the numbers of the key figures. The other vampire elites, the Blood Generals, were doing their job thoroughly too. Damon had paid an exorbitant sum for recruiting them, and they lived up to it. One by one, the NPC army was slowly dwindling, and the Purification raid was faltering right from the get-go. If the others had not intervened, the Bloodhall battle might have already concluded, and Damon would once again have won in this round easily. But how could things be so simple? The rest of the world wouldn't simply watch as a vampire base prospered in the middle of the Light faction continent. The kingdom surrounding Niera would soon take even stronger action, and if they fail, the Emperor would finally take a drastic action, prolonging the war to another few months at least. However, this natural progress was completely disturbed by the Super 10 guilds. The easy victory turned complicated as 2 other armies continued to knock on their doorstep, trying to break down the defenses of Niera City. Damon had only allocated a small amount of vampire forces to deal with the 2 Super 10-player armies, and most of the vampire forces were busy tackling the main Holy and Divine NPC Purification raid army. The players could always revive and come back at them again and again, but once an NPC was dead, he would stay dead, unless otherwise revived by a priest at the point of death. The players were different. A really persistent player army could continue to put pressure for a while. Dealing with the NPC army first would give them a lot more breathing room. Also, the NPC army was the more difficult to get rid of. Considering everything, Damon had picked this strategy among the many that Varnix suggested. But now, using this to their advantage, both the Northern Frontiers Guild and the Southern Vanguard Guild had started pushing forward and making headway. Even with Aaron raining down chaos all over them, the army was slowly picking up. To make things worse, the Paladin NPC with the legendary horn suddenly showed up in the Northern Frontier's army, blowing the horn loudly and completely clearing up the poison and miasma in the air. The man then disappeared and, not so surprisingly, showed up at the Southern Vanguard army as well, and pretty much did the same thing. Thanks to the single legendary item, the entire battlefield had once again turned favorable to the light faction players and NPCs. As if this was not enough, suddenly there was new development. Without giving the vampires a chance to form a counterattack, out of nowhere more players and NPCs started teleporting to the northern frontiers and the southern vanguard armies. If one observed closely, they would see that these NPCs were actually part of the kingdom guards of the neighboring cities. Even though Varnix thought it was impossible, Damon had already guessed this much. The guild leaders and the guild who had managed to capture the city hall of the cities ended up mobilizing their forces in just a matter of hours. Such a feat would usually require several days, if not weeks, but here they were, more trained and experienced men and women pouring into the two armies, ready to pincer attack from both sides. Varnix screamed through the system interface, almost giving Damon a mini stun effect. "My lord, your premonitions, they have come true. My lord, we are under attack by all 3 cities surrounding us. Another army of 2,000 strong is approaching us from all sides. My lord, we are heavily outnumbered and overwhelmed." Damon laughed. He was already prepared for this, and hence wasn't all that shocked when he learned about it. In fact, he was counting on this. Now he could finally let loose the big guns he had specifically allocated for this moment. Damon immediately prepared to leave the battlefield and head over to the eastern and western gates, when suddenly a red-robed figure appeared in front of him. "You cannot leave here." "Says who?" Damon sneered. He had no doubt that this was the same guy who was protecting that woman. "You cannot leave until I say so." A powerful aura assaulted him, an aura that was capable of single-handedly arresting someone in place and suppressing them entirely like a stun skill or paralysis skill. Damon felt it, but the next second his own blood essence seeped out and surrounded him, completely shaking off the effect. "You do not have the ability to say something like that to me," Damon growled as numerous Hellfire Crimson spears appeared all around him. Every single one of these blood spears was heavy with terrifying power. Only the red-robed man's eyes were revealed, but there was a look of shock within them. His gaze shifted to Damon's arm, which no longer had any injury on it. His eyes widened further. "You are truly impressive indeed. The young miss underestimated you more than she thinks she did." Damon released the blood spears instantly as they shot towards the man with full force. At the same time, his figure blurred. It did not matter, because when he reappeared, the red-robed man was once again right in front of his face. "I already told you, I am your opponent. You cannot go anywhere until I allow you to." Damon's face twitched. This was an annoying development that he did not specifically want or like. The man in front of him was clearly talented and an excellent, well-trained combat expert. Normally, he would have appreciated the chance to fight with such a being, just to see how much he could push himself, but right now was not a good time. There were other things he would rather be doing. This was not a fight he could win easily. He could only drag it out at most and search for a way to win. Right at this point, it was a massive time waste. And it looked like that's exactly what the other party wanted, to waste his time, to give the Super 10 armies more time to strengthen their position. But Damon only grinned at this. "I know what you are trying to do. It is pointless. Whether I am there or not, your army will fall." This time, another powerful spear appeared in Damon's hand, and he thrust it forward, aiming straight for the man's heart. The red-robed man laughed. "You mistake me. I don't really care about these politics. I only care about the opponent in front of me, and right now, that is you." He casually caught Damon's attack in between his 2 fingers, and on the other hand, a vicious-looking dagger dripping poison appeared. "Actually, you are not much of an opponent. You are still a child who barely knows how to wield your weapon. It's embarrassing for me to fight with someone like you." Damon only smiled coldly, completely indifferent to the taunt. Tell me." He casually spoke and drove the spear harder. The red-robed man pinched, twisted, and broke the point like chalk. At the same time, his poison dagger slid for Damon's throat. It was a crimson dagger with a poisonous hue surrounding it. It was not a legendary weapon, but Damon could tell that it was something special. The weapon's aura was extremely unique, even sending a shiver down his spine. However, the poison aura was still not strong enough to make him fret. Damon's poison did not seem to affect the red-robed guy, and his poison wasn't strong enough to affect him either. Damon simply caught the blade in his palm. The next instant, the blade disappeared and reappeared on the red-robed man's hand. Black smoke hissed across his skin, then sunk in. Ding! 9 million poison body has absorbed the toxin. Damon licked the cut clean. Tastes weak. The red-robed man's cold eyes were still locked on him as his figure silently disappeared. Not that he lost interest in the fight or was running away. Almost immediately, numerous images of him flashed all around Damon, every single one of them sending a blade slash at Damon. Damon clicked his tongue. This was bad. He could easily counter this attack right now, but he was currently fighting under a handicap. This was because he knew the true motive of this man. It was neither to kill him nor to waste his time. This man right here was trying to force him to reveal every single card in his hand. That had to be it. The Super 10 must have gotten curious about him and wondered why he was as powerful as he was when he did not have their background. The true motive of this man today should be to find out this secret of his. Otherwise, he wouldn't be facing this attack right now. He would be facing something much stronger and more powerful. Damon might not have sensed it at first, but after exchanging these few blows with the red-robed man, he was sure about it. This was a peak C-rank powerhouse, and an elite one at that. This meant that not only did he possess a special class, but chances are he also possessed an abundance of stats and other advantages. Even the weapon in his hand should be a special weapon. Damon moved, immediately trying to use a blink, but he was unable to use blink or shadow step at the moment. The red-robed man seemed to have used some sort of domain skill that had locked him in that space. But he still could move and dodge. He did just that. He pumped in as much mana as he could into his legs and dashed forward, backwards, and sideways, dodging every single blade slash that came his way. "You have an incredible mana reserve." The red-robed man's eyes gleamed. Damon did not like this one bit. He had to be extremely careful right now and make some hard decisions. He was fighting a losing battle, and if he revealed too much about himself, then he would truly lose. If he did not reveal anything, then too he would end up losing. This was a lose-lose situation for him. His mind raced to think of all the combos that he could use without giving away much about himself. Blood, shadow, and fire should be fine. He had revealed his abilities with these elements in a lot of places. This wouldn't be the first time. But this was not enough. Even if he added lightning, he absolutely could not reveal anything about his ability to use the other elements. With that woman's mask in his hand, he already had a plan in his mind, and using these abilities right here and now would put an end to that plan. In the end, he decided to go with the little spark and summoned Goldie. The red-robed man's eyes immediately lit up on seeing Goldie. "Interesting," he mumbled. "I sense an extraordinary aura from this little sprite. It has to be at least of the rare grade." Yep, this guy was a bastard. Damon hated him. What sort of a monster was he to see through his sprite in a single glance? He needed to put a stop to this fight as soon as possible and get the hell out of here. This guy right here was a final boss that should be taken down later and restrained until then using repeated stun or freeze skills. No matter where it was skills or it was technique, everything perfectly flowed, and the guy fought like a monster. In his previous life, Damon had seen top Super 10 guild players fight, but this guy was in a league of his own, a step above those so-called top-rank god-level players. Fighting him any longer was only going to work against him. Damon summoned his shadow clone along with his sprite and started putting pressure on the red-robed figure. The guy laughed loudly and casually tackled all of the attacks with his dagger moves. But Damon's plan was never to defeat the guy in the first place.
At an opportune moment, Damon made his shadow clone fly from the impact of an attack. The shadow clone landed several feet away from the spot where the fight was going down. The next second, Damon made his move. He instantly switched himself with his shadow clone, using the same move he used back in the Abyssal Land. It looked like his domain skills couldn't exactly prevent this, and he was free and clear finally. Without hesitation, he blinked and ran as fast as he could, even as he heard a loud laughter from behind him. "Your shadow skills are simply extraordinary. You are a very talented young man. Not only is your blood manipulation above average, but you seem to excel in everything you have chosen. You are a true all-rounder. It is truly a pity that you are not on our side. Where are you going? I already told you that you cannot run from me." Damon continued blinking away. The battlefield all around him also helped him hide amidst the crowd and run, but the damned bastard was so difficult to lose. He was right on his tails, determined to not let Damon off that easily. However, something else was going to happen any time now which Damon was counting on. A second later, a pulse spread from the Bloodhall Castle, and instantly every single vampire on the battleground received a 300% buff for the next 30 seconds. He had used the same tactic in the first battle by sacrificing his reputation points, and this time Mark had done it instead. Even though Damon had more reputation points to kill, one person could only use this feature once, and his hands were tied. But there was still Mark and Kate, who had excessive reputation points after their constant quest clears. They had also cleared the main storyline quest and opened up the portal to the Dark Faction continent. So they had more than enough reputation points. Damon grinned as this buff came right on time. The Phase 2 of his plan was already in motion. They had agreed upon this beforehand for an entirely different reason, and now he was using it to his advantage. In the distance, two figures stepped onto the eastern and the western Niera city gates in the midst of all the chaos and commotion. These two were none other than Necro-God and Milana, the Mer-woman. In their hands were a bunch of magic scrolls, and the two of them were activating the scrolls left and right like there was no tomorrow. The both of them were well aware that these scrolls together probably cost millions and millions of gold coins. However, right now they did not dare to slow down. They had to finish activating all the scrolls before the buff ran out. Milana treated this responsibility given to her by Damon as a god's decree and executed it to perfection with reverence shining in her eyes. She tore one scroll after another, sending in several bursts of her mana. Necro-God, on the other hand, was burning with jealousy as he gaped at all the powerful scrolls he had never even seen in his life before. The same insanely powerful and rare scrolls that this hateful bastard blood god was using it like common mana bombs. His heart ached at the extravagant expense he could never afford.
In all honesty, Necro-God did not know why that idiotic bastard trusted him to do something so important at such a crucial time. Part of him wanted to just fuck that bastard up and mess with all his master plans, but his ego prevented him from doing so. He had taken the job and promised something, and he was going to keep his word. He, too, activated all of the scrolls one after the other and executed the job to perfection. Almost instantly, the fireworks started. Not just any fireworks, but apocalyptic, disastrous, catastrophic fireworks that rained down terror on everyone gathered at the gates of Niera City. Necro-God couldn't help but gasp loudly as he watched the many magic scrolls all activate one after the other. As decided previously, the vampires quickly retreated to the city, but the others were not so fortunate. At first, Necro-God had thought that this plan was idiotic. Why save something so powerful for a wild guess at best? How could these cities mobilize their entire forces just like that? He thought that this was going to be a waste of his talent and skills. He had even suggested that someone else should do the skill activation and that he could contribute so much more on the front lines. But that arrogant bastard had immediately shut him down. Blood God had repeatedly told him that he would be having the maximum fun here and now, and Necro-God could see why. It looked like the bastard was correct after all.
First, it all started with the Meteor Fall, a grand skill scroll that activated a high-tier B-rank mage skill, Meteor Shower. Great red stones, wrapped in fire, screamed down like angry gods. They hit outside the gates and turned the ground into bowls. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions rang continuously, and they shook the entire ground, sending tremors far and wide. Whole ranks vanished in the flashes. The execution of the magic scroll was almost instantaneous. The players couldn't even begin to form defense shields against them before they exploded, and flesh and gore splattered everywhere along with dropped items. This was precisely why Damon had ordered the skill scroll's activation to be paired with the Blood Hall buff. Even though the 300% buff did not apply to the skill scrolls, the abundant mana in the air made the activation of the magic skill scrolls that much faster and more powerful. In his last life, someone else had found out this trick in one of the major guild battles. In fact, it was one of the Super 10 guilds, and now Damon was using their own findings against them. The downside was that now the other party would also be serving them a similar dish, as he was pretty sure that they too possessed an equal number, if not more, magic scrolls. But they would have to worry about that later. First, they had to deal with this flood of new players and NPC troops. And by chance they decide to immediately retaliate with the same thing, then it was inevitable that a battle of magic scrolls would go down. In the end, whoever had more scrolls would end up having the upper hand. When Necro-God had asked about this, Damon had answered him that he would personally take care of this problem, and now that bastard was nowhere to be seen. "Where are you, you arrogant idiot?" Necro-God grit his teeth as he started summoning his undead army to take care of some of the strays. After the meteor shower, then it was lightning storm activating in another part of the battlefield, followed by gale reapers, tornadoes, and quake fractures. One after another, powerful skills were unleashed, and the army struggled to deal with those. Meanwhile, back on the main battlefield, Damon grinned as he saw the sky above. The fireworks had already started right on cue as soon as the 300% buff went through. This was his chance as well. He continued running away, and soon he was back near the main gate. It would be impossible even for the red-robed guy to follow him here, as he would be instantly shot down by the long-range vampires on the outer wall. That guy's laughter echoed one last time in Damon's ears as he crossed that safe threshold. He took a deep breath and prepared to head over to the eastern battlefield where he had already killed that woman. On the other side, the handsome bastard with the golden mask would be running the show, and he had no intention of engaging him with a straightforward dick-measuring showdown right now. Instead, it would be better if he used the absence of that woman's leadership to wreck the eastern side. He needed to basically find the guys with the magic scrolls and slaughter them before they could activate all of their scrolls. And he had a feeling he had very little time to do this. The fight with the red-robed guy was far from over yet, and he was sure the maniac would find him again on the battlefield. As Damon prepared to head out, a small voice sounded in his head. Unexpectedly, it was Blood Rain. "Damon, I need that dagger. I need to eat that dagger. Go back to that man and fight him. I have already begun slowly consuming his soul weapon. I just need a few more minutes." What? What are you talking about?" Damon was shocked. He never knew that Blood Rain could actually consume other weapons. And the dagger in that guy's hand was a soul weapon? "I need 3 minutes. That's all I ask. After 3 minutes, I should be able to serve you once again," Blood Rain confidently declared. He could almost feel the frustration in her voice. She had been out of commission for a long time now, and knowing her personality, she probably hated it the most. He let out a sigh and looked back at the chaotic battleground. Here we go again.
Everyone on the battlefield right now was using the 300% buff to fight to their heart's content and to take the opponent out. Naturally, it was never going to last the full 30 seconds. It was probably only going to last 10 more seconds before some sort of counterattack popped out and nullified it. Damon cursed his bad luck that he was being forced to miss such an insane buff, but the good news was that Blood Rain's upgrade and anything that could possibly improve her abilities was a lot more valuable. Fuck it. I will do it. Let's eat that bastard's weapon and get you back in shape. Damon grinned, madness in his eyes, and dove back into the battlefield he had just fled. He did not have to search for long to get face-to-face with the red-robed guy. He pretended to slip back into the battlefield and target a high-profile C-rank priest when the red-robed guy appeared once again in front of him with a devious grin in his eyes. "Do you think that it is so easy to shake me off?" Damon sneered inwardly. "I hope not." He then sent a mental message to Blood Rain. "What exactly do you need from me? Do I have to touch the weapon or something?" "No, just the proximity is enough. I can do the rest of the work." Damon nodded. He gritted his teeth, acting extremely annoyed, and tried targeting the priest again and again, ignoring the red-robed man. The Spark and his shadow clone were once again at his side, playing their parts in the show. In between, he tried attacking the red-robed figure a couple of times so that he wouldn't get any doubts. Soon, the insane buff ran out, and Damon managed to kill a few priests and paladins in the distance. At the same time, he also managed to absorb a ridiculous amount of blood essence, upgrading a few of his divine and holy skills. At the same time, he also managed to keep the red-robed figure engaged. He was multitasking this battlefield like a pro, and the war overall seemed to be at a stalemate at the moment. Everything was going smoothly. However, things started to change pretty quickly. Damon already knew it was impossible for everything to carry on like this, and the tipping point arrived soon enough. First, it was the red-robed man. While blocking and parrying with Damon as usual, wearing that smug, confident smile on his face, all of a sudden his gaze suspiciously shifted to the dagger in his hand, as if he could feel that something was wrong. Damon knew that his real work began now. He couldn't hold back anymore. He had to somehow keep the red-robed man completely occupied so that he did not have any attention left to spare to pay attention to the dagger. But how to do this was the question. His current skills were simply not a match to this man. Fire, lightning, shadow, blood, and poison. He had already revealed a lot of his skill set, and it was impossible to match to this person's expertise. He couldn't simply overwhelm him with his stats or his power. Damon could clearly feel the sting of his lack of techniques. In front of a true master like that red-robed man, he simply paled in comparison, despite having so many advantages. He did not like it. He needed more combat training and more techniques. He needed to figure out how to use his vast repertoire of skills efficiently. He should not fight like before. He needed to fight like the new him. Damon did the only thing he could do in this situation. He did not want to do this unless he was pushed to his limits, but he had a feeling that it was going to happen all on its own in a matter of days anyways. He gritted his teeth, focused inward, and loosed the fifth seal completely, letting the whole thing crash and fall. The next second, his mana core surged with renewed power. His mana capacity exploded, almost instantly doubling. A mana vortex formed around Damon as he sucked in more and more blood essence and mana around him. The red-robed man's eyes widened in shock. "A forbidden skill?" he gasped as he braced himself. The man looked shocked, but Damon was even more shocked. Did the guy just talk about forbidden skills? Damon had heard this term before in his last life. Forbidden skills were told to have explosive power, which gave the player the power to deal with people even one whole tier above them. But it was always debunked as a rumor, but now seeing this guy say the same term, he had a feeling maybe it was not as simple as that. Leaving that matter aside, Damon became serious.
He had broken the fifth seal, and his monstrous primordial mana core now only had barely 4 seals holding it. He could also tell that these 4 seals have become weaker. Breaking each seal had made the rest of the seals considerably weaker. It was now only a matter of time before his ticking time bomb blasted yet again. He really needed to make this fight count and grab this victory. Blood Rain, you need to hurry up. He gave a mental command and unleashed the most powerful skill in his arsenal. It was a new skill he had picked up from Hinata's family market. #Blood Tempest. It was almost a domain skill that arrested a target in place. Almost, but not quite. However, the key point was that this skill had the ability to absorb blood essence from the surroundings and strengthen itself. So the more blood essence, the stronger the skill output. And in a place like this battlefield, this skill was made to rule. Even as the red-robed man prepared himself, he completely did not expect the vicious circle of red storm that surrounded him on all sides. The wind whipped and the blood roared. Power raged all around him, making the red-robed man falter for the first time since the fight began. The red-robed man's face changed, but it was only for a moment. He stopped his movement, he stood still and grinned despite the powerful bloodstorm all around him. More and more blood essence seeped from the battlefield into the storm, making it stronger and stronger, but it did not matter to him at all. "You are all show and no substance, blood god," his voice boomed. Damon gritted his teeth and continued. Blood Tempest wasn't finished yet, at least not his version. He took a step forward and placed his hands into the bloodstorm. The next second, all sorts of weapons started flying out of the bloodstorm, attacking the red-robed man. Blood swords, blood spears, blood bombs. The attacks randomly popped up here and there and hit from every angle. They were fast, furious, and relentless. They blinked into shape inside the storm and lunged at the red-robed man. Each time one was dodged, it melted back into the wind and fed this circle again. The red-robed man simply laughed. "Is this the extent of what you can do? I think I've wasted enough time on you. You are impressive, but you are nothing when compared to the geniuses in our family. It is only a matter of time before they leave you behind in the dust." Damon did not care. He continued creating more and more weapons and sending them to the guy. He then gritted his teeth and upped the game a little more. Lightning bolts started appearing along with the weapons and struck the red-robed guy. The red-robed guy sneered. "You are not my match." He increased his speed and effortlessly dodged everything Damon threw his way. The guy was not arrogant, it was far from that. He was simply on an entirely different level. Damon was also still not done. He pulled as much mana as he possibly could and went one step further. He had already achieved this when creating a Crimson Lance. There was no reason he shouldn't be able to do the same thing here. Along with the lightning bolts, shadow daggers also started flying out of the storm. These were a lot faster and stronger than the blood weapons, and sometimes they combined with the blood weapons, creating stronger attacks. The red-robed man tilted his head. He stepped between them like he was walking through rain. "You are still not my match," he continued moving. "I am more curious to see how long you can keep this up. Fatigue will follow your sudden burst of power. And what will you do then? You are going all out, and I'm not even using 50% of my abilities. What is your plan here?" Damon ignored him and continued going all out, increasing the power of his attack more and more as he pulled in more blood essence from the battlefield. "Stop trying so hard, kid. You are fucked. It's better if you admit it. How about you hand over the mask that you took from the young lady and die once? I have taken a liking to you. It's hard not to like someone who tries so much. I will talk to the Patriarch personally and vouch for you. It's not too late. You can serve the clan and redeem yourself." Damon still did not answer him. His entire focus was on maintaining the Blood Tempest. As he once released the guy, he had a feeling everything was about to be over. This time, he was not even sure he would be able to run. "Blood Rain! How much longer?" Damon only got silence in response. It seemed that she was also trying her best at the moment. Seconds ticked away painfully.
It took everything from him even to prolong this for another moment. He was reaching his limits quickly. Even with his massive mana pool, there was only so much time he could maintain a skill like Blood Tempest. And soon everything reached a crescendo. The storm screamed. Damon's arms shook. The pull wavered, then dipped. For a breath, everything stilled. The red-robed man smiled. "Done? My turn." The red-robed man merely stepped forward and touched the bloodstorm, and everything collapsed. Then he casually walked out and appeared right in front of Damon. Damon created his blood lance and blocked the guy, but the red-robed man pressed forward like it was nothing. In his hand, a vicious-looking dagger materialized. "Where is the mask?" he spoke again when suddenly his eyes widened in shock and horror. He shifted his gaze to the dagger, which suddenly had a blood-red aura surrounding it. "Impossible," he muttered as he simply dropped the thing. Unexpectedly, the dagger flew into Damon's hand. The red-robed man watched in a daze as the dagger became motes of blood essence, every single one of them lifting up and disappearing into Damon. Why? For the first time, the guy seemed to be genuinely shocked and speechless. Damon grinned. He could feel it. He could feel the presence within him grow stronger and stronger. "I'm sorry, was the dagger important to you?" He did not miss this chance and struck with another Hellfire Crimson Lance, thrusting it straight into the man's chest. The red-robed man's eyes seethed with anger. "Who do you think you are?" he roared as another dagger appeared in his hand. "I don't need anything to kill you. I can kill you right here and right now with my bare hands. Know who you are talking to, boy." Damon blocked the guy's attack, but it was too strong for him. He was being pushed back. However, before anything else could happen, another voice boomed loudly for the first time outside Damon's mind. "It should be the one saying that to you, boy. You don't even have the right to look at my master's shadow." Blood essence seeped out of Damon and curled up near him, morphing bit by bit into a woman's figure. "I am here, my liege. At last, I am here." The red-robed man's face paled, unable to stand the aura of the figure next to him. "A weapon spirit?" Blood Rain looked at him like he was dirt. "Kneel when you speak to him, or I will make you bleed until you understand." The red-robed man looked at her defiantly. "I will not kneel to anyone besides my God. You are merely a weapon spirit. Who do you think you are?" Even as he was in the midst of speaking, a crushing force landed on him, making him crumble and fall to the ground. "Devour every drop of blood running through his veins, my liege. This is my first gift to you for putting up with my uselessness." Damon tiredly chuckled. "Don't beat yourself up. If I had been stronger, you wouldn't have been pushed so far. As for this person, I'm afraid things are going to get tricky if I kill him and devour his blood essence. He is a player, and now he knows about you. He cannot escape our control." "Say no more, my liege. I understand." The next moment, blood-red bars appeared all around the red-robed figure. The man started panicking. He unleashed some sort of aura, a very powerful one, to break out of his suppressed state, and tried to slash at the red bars. But it was useless. No matter how much he struggled, he simply couldn't do anything to those bars. Damon was also shocked. It was surprisingly a much stronger prison in comparison with the one the legendary item Horn had created a while ago, instantly killing 3 blood generals. Unlike that golden cage, this red cage did not actively try to kill the man. Instead, the cage, along with the red-robed figure, completely disappeared. Blood Rain turned to Damon and bowed. "Already taken care of, my liege. What shall we do next? Slaughter everyone here?" Even though her eyes weren't all that clearly visible, Damon could see the stars twinkling in them. He couldn't help but laugh at the sight of his favorite evil girl. "Yep, that would be our next step. But first, tell me, what happened to that guy?" Blood Rain smiled sweetly. He is our prisoner now. Well, now and forever." Huh? Damon was once again shocked. He did not know that Blood Rain could even do such a thing. "I heard what that fool said when he was fighting with you, my liege. Such disrespect should not be unpunished. If he had such a big issue with your fighting style, then he can stay behind and become a stepping stone for you, my liege. This is a blessing for him. Even if he tirelessly worked his entire pathetic lifetime, he wouldn't have run into such a good fortune. To become a training dummy for you, my liege, will be the greatest purpose of his life." Damon bitterly smiled. I guess that's one way to go about it. He still did not know how exactly the skill worked and how he could access him again. But that was something that could wait. Right now, they were in the middle of an intense battle where everything around them was pretty much going to shit thanks to the small diversion Damon had to take. Let's talk about that guy later. How are you doing now? Are you fine? Have you fully recovered? Blood Rain giggled sweetly. "Aw, I'm so glad to see that you are still as fond of me as ever, my liege, even if you have many other women at the moment to fulfill your heart's desires." Damon's face twitched. Yup, she was back indeed. He completely ignored her words and asked the next important question. "What was dagger you absorbed? Do you think there are more weapons nearby that you could eat and become more powerful?" Blood Rain laughed again. "My liege, that isn't possible. I was only able to absorb the dagger because its weapon spirit was weaker than me, and because it was made, at least in part, from the same material as I am. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to do such a thing, at least in my current state. For a weapon spirit to truly feed me, we need to have some sort of synergy." Damon nodded. "Okay, I'll keep that in mind. I'm sure we can run into something similar in the future and get you some more power. Right now I'm busy, so I'll get back to my work. You can rest in the meantime." Unexpectedly, Blood Rain became very frustrated after hearing the remark. "No, my liege, please don't bench me again. I have only just now had a full meal and I still have all the excess energy you fed me from that bead. I need to run amok and cause chaos. Otherwise, I will go crazy from being cooped up all the time. Please let me play. Please, please, prevy please. Also, call me Little Red, my liege." Damon's head ached from the fast barrage of the mental messages. This troublemaker was once again at it. "Fine, do whatever you want. Why will I want to bench someone powerful like you? Go and run wild and kill whoever you want. We need to win this fight, and that's all that matters." Damon did not care at all, and agreed. He also did not include her in his plan. It was like she could do nothing substantial. She was still only a fractured weapon spirit separated from her true weapon. Even if she was a legendary item, there wouldn't be much to expect from her. His attention instead shifted to the western and the eastern battlefields, where mass destruction skills were now starting to congeal in the skies above. He could see divine and holy skills right off the bat. Clearly, this was not theirs, and the other side had started making their move. He needed to get in now, otherwise their base would be wiped out in the blink of an eye. Damon did not hesitate anymore and blinked away at top speed, his monocore still burning with energy. However, he froze for a moment as he realized Blood Rain didn't actually move with him. Damon stood puzzled. Since when was Blood Rain capable of coming out of him and even staying apart from him as a separate entity? His lips curled upwards. It looks like the upgrade this time was quite a good one. However, was this the limit? Just how much did she change after the upgrade? Despite the time crunch, Damon couldn't help but stop for a moment and look back at her. Blood Rain grinned, or at least her face looked like it. Clearly, she knew she was being watched as she moved like she was about to put on a grand show. Damon's eyes widened. His heart raced as the next second an unbelievable scene unfolded right in front of his eyes. "My liege, enjoy your feast!" Bloodrain's voice thundered across the battlefield. She then disintegrated into a mist of blood that scattered in the wind. The next moment, 12 scythes appeared out of nowhere. These scythes appeared right above C-rank experts, including 3 powerhouses. Reaper's dozen! Bloodrain's voice resounded everywhere in the battleground. For a moment, the entire place turned crimson. There was crimson everywhere. The sky, the ground, the air, everything was the color of blood. Everyone became alert. All sorts of attacks flew towards the scythes. The 3 powerhouses did not plan on taking this lying down. Their eyes were serious, as if they could feel that something was about to happen. One powerhouse erupted a brilliant golden barrier. Another one empowered his hammer to strike at the scythe. The last one brought his shield forward and roared loudly. A powerful golden aura rippled out of him. However, all of it was useless. The next second, the scythes fell. It cut through everything in its path. No! Damon's eyes shone. The scythes devoured everything in their path. He could feel the scythes becoming more powerful as they fell. The more the resistance, the stronger they became. And when they came for the kill, there was nothing in their path that could stop them. In the blink of an eye, the 12 scythes hit flesh, and a moment later, 12 heads rolled on the ground. The world turned normal once again. Blood essence burst out of the bodies in a gory show and shot towards Damon. Everyone gaped in shock, Damon included. What sort of powerful attack was this? How could something like this exist? Only a being who had transcended the laws of the world can do something like this. Such a being had to be at least an A rank. The entire battleground came to a standstill for a moment. Damon alone greedily sucked in everything that came his way. A true feast indeed. A maniacal grin appeared on his face. This was Bloodrain's true power? No, my liege, Little Red answered him, her voice whispering in his ears. This is a mere fraction of my power. In the future, we will be able to grow even more powerful and unleash more chaos and mayhem in this world. There will be none who would dare to stand in your path. Damon nodded. A loud uproar erupted all around him as the vampires finally snapped out of their trance. They were the first to erupt in cheers. A tidal wave of bloodlust and awe swept across the battlefield. To them, this was no mere victory. It was divine revelation, a dominion of blood. In a second, the entire battle had turned tides. They were pretty much locked in a stalemate, only slightly overpowering the Purification Raid army, but things were completely different. The vampires only needed this one push. They continued the momentum and surged forward. 2 to 3 blood generals ganged up against each C-rank powerhouse. Not many were left in the first place. The single attack was more than enough to deal with the whole army. And more importantly, Bloodrain wasn't done yet. Her figure appeared here and there randomly, and wherever she appeared, that head rolled. She did not directly face a peak C-rank powerhouse anymore, but she was still putting down C-rank experts left and right as if they were nothing. Damon absorbed more and more essence. He could feel himself becoming fuller and fuller. His stats were continuously increasing. He had already gained 500 more stat points altogether, but he could feel that he was going to hit a barrier. Many of his skills had also upgraded several times. Overall, it was a sweeping victory for him in this side. There was nothing more for him to do here. Absorbing as much essence as he could, he hurriedly left the area and went to the western gate. A flustered necro-god greeted him the moment he entered the battlefield. "Where the heck were you? You were supposed to be here several minutes ago. Can't you see how you fucked up everything?" His words got stuck in his throat as he stared at Damon. More specifically, at the bloodlust rolling off of him. What are you? How can you be so... It had only been a short time since they had met, and already he could feel that the person in front of him had become someone entirely different. There was a deep, unfathomable power seeping out of him. His aura was the aura of a devil who stood at the top of the world. You should kill that guy. I'm not able to get close to him. He's playing against my weakness." Necrogod stammered and finally managed to get some words out. "I got it." Damon gave him a nod and instantly dove into action. A nasty holy formation pulsed in front of him. Rings of consecrated glyphs rotated like gears. They were anchored by a man in shining golden armor, whose mere breathing shed motes of gold. Sanctifier Varro. Damon knew about this guy. He was one of the top players in his last life. His trademark weapon was a lantern that burned with a spark of holy fire. It was an extremely powerful flame fragment, capable of dealing spectacular damage to those from the Dark faction. Any shade within 10 paces of him guttered and died. No wonder the Necrogod couldn't approach him. The man's lantern essentially turned necromancy into brittle chalk. Damon did not waste any time and went straight for the kill. Even though the young lady, the guild master of the Southern Vanguard, was already taken care of, key players like Varro were holding the army together and keeping the morale up. The fact that more and more players and NPCs were filtering into the army did not help. The entire city was emptying out and coming to fight Niera. In just a few minutes, the size of the army had doubled. Even though this one did not have any special peak C-rank powerhouses, there were a few city guard generals who came pretty close to it. Not to mention, they had only just now started with their mass destruction magic scrolls. Damon was pretty sure they could go on for a while with the amount of scrolls in their hands. If he was able to get his hands on them, then the other side was also probably stocked full of those. As long as Damon dealt with these key players and the few players in charge of the mass destruction magic scrolls, then he would have essentially slowed down the progress of this side. Then all that would be left was the massive army on the other side of the city. Damon smiled bitterly. Everything looked like an uphill battle. Going in, he knew there was very little chance to win this thing. With Bloodrain's recovery and the mask in his hand, he had already gained a lot in this battle. But he would have also preferred to win this damn thing. Well, it's not over until it's all over. Damon still had a few cards left in his hand to play. As long as Hinata got here on time with the additional reinforcements, they could still take this thing all the way home and score a win, maybe even more. But for now, he had to hustle and hold the base together until then. The main army was pretty much toast, and only these 2 super guild armies remained. While the main vampire army, including Mark, Kalethorn, Kate, and Elora, were focused on dealing with Michael and the Northern Frontier Army, only a small portion of the vampire reinforcements, a couple of blood generals, himself and Necrogod, were in this battlefield. It was a precarious situation, and if he did not act fast, this entire side would be wiped out very, very fast. Damon rushed forward towards Varro, his figure appearing and disappearing in the battlefield like a ghost. Varro, the Sanctifier, scoffed arrogantly and started chanting a skill. While he was definitely a top player, his main strength no doubt was in dealing with the Dark faction players. If his lantern was not taken into account, there were better healers than him and better buff dealers. This was pretty much the only thing he was good for, and the man proudly prepared to execute his skills. Unfortunately for him, Damon was not a typical Dark faction player. Varro first cast Seal, and it had no effect on Damon. The man's arrogant facade did not falter. He continued with the next skill, which was a Petrify. Once again, Damon was not affected at all. Now the man's demeanor slightly became anxious. As a third attempt, he tried Holy Banishment. But before he could finish chanting the skill, Damon was already in front of him with a vicious grin on his face. A single slash with his claws up close and personal, and it was game over for the guy. The poor guy even dropped his precious lantern. Damon absorbed the blood essence, pocketed the lantern, and continued moving. His work here had just started. From a distance, Necrogod watched the scene in absolute horror. He had prepared to back Damon up in case something unexpected happened, but now it looked like this guy didn't need any help at all. Necrogod could only continue to watch in a daze as Damon swiftly arrived in front of the next guy. This guy was a radiant knight, and he was also one of the many who were activating magic scrolls one after the other. Before the knight could activate the next scroll, Damon used blood chains on him, and the magic scroll was abruptly interrupted. This was the downside of using a magic scroll. It was an expensive little thing, but once it was interrupted, it became a simple, useless piece of parchment. The knight gritted his teeth in annoyance at the waste of resources and used all sorts of skills to break out of the blood chains. Damon had already moved from there to another spot, dealing with yet another important player. The coast was clear. The knight sneered and quickly took out another magic scroll and began activating it. This one was a particularly juicy one, which would rain judgment on all of these fools. The runes of the parchment lit up in succession, and the knight's face beamed with expectation. But just as the last of the runes were about to be activated, suddenly he felt a burst of aura. The next second, blood chains once again materialized all around him and shackled him, completely interrupting the magic scroll activation. And just like that, another magic scroll bit the dust. The knight's face became unsightly. He had been given a total of 20 of these scrolls, and he had successfully executed 5 of them. However, now 2 out of those 20 were just useless trash. He became very nervous and anxious. This was a huge responsibility given to him, and he couldn't fail. Fucking bastard. He cursed the asshole who was purposely messing with him. Go and get that blood god bastard. He better not be alive in the next few seconds. A group of men immediately charged towards Damon, who was still appearing and disappearing like an illusion. They were completely helpless against him and couldn't even come close to catching him. The knight didn't care. He thought that at least they were keeping him busy. He quickly took out the next scroll and started activating it in a hurry. Unfortunately for the knight, yet again, blood chains popped out in the last crucial moment without missing the timing. In the end, all the knight could do was let out an enraged shout. Now that he had wasted 3 of these expensive magic scrolls, he couldn't bring himself to activate another one, especially when Blood God was still somewhere near him. He could only madly charge at the guy and attempt to destroy him, along with the troop of men who were still trying to get at him. But once again, that was leading nowhere. All the men had painful looks on their faces as they uselessly played the game of running and catching. While these players were shocked and exhausted, there was someone even more shocked. Necrogod had a strange look on his face as he watched Damon and his antics. While everyone else was fighting with their lives on the line, the guy alone seemed as if he was playing around. He was single-handedly messing with a dozen players, interrupting them at the correct time, and dealing with other disturbances that came his way. Blood chains were popping out everywhere in the battlefield. How could someone do this? What sort of an ability was required to pull off something like this? This was ridiculous. Necrogod could finally see the truth. He had been nothing more than a frog in a well all this time. When it came to skill, he was completely out of his league compared to the man standing before him. Damon wasn't fighting, he was orchestrating. The single man was controlling the entire momentum of the battlefield. It wasn't brute force, it wasn't luck. It was terrifying mastery. And unlike everyone else scrambling and sweating for survival, Damon looked like he was just getting started. Necrogod's throat felt dry. It was a surreal feeling, watching someone who was supposedly at your level not just outperform you, but redefine what your level even meant. This wasn't a talented player. This was something else entirely, a different class of monster. While he was staring dumbly, a small blood arrow suddenly came his way, snapping him out of his trance. When Necrogod looked at Damon, Damon gave him a "what are you doing" look. Necrogod awkwardly cleared his throat and once again started commanding his troops. A determined look appeared on his face. Blood God might be powerful, but he wasn't weak either.
He wasn't going to lag behind for long. Taking advantage of the chaos in the battlefield, he quickly tried to coordinate with Damon and take down whomever he could. Soon, the entire battlefield came under the control of the duo. Damon was doing the lion's share of work, but Necrogod held his own, and between the two of them, the numbers started reducing. "I think we got this." Necrogod was finally able to breathe in relief. Damon nodded as well. The two of them were about to take things up a notch and start killing off more and more NPCs, when all of a sudden a loud horn blew and everyone on the battlefield started cheering. Damon's eyes widened slightly as he watched an entirely new army coming in from the side. However, this was something he was already expecting. 3 big shots had captured 3 big cities around Niera, so it was only a matter of time before the third time stepped onto the battlefield as well. He had just hoped that Helene could make it here before this happened. But now it looked like he had to deal with this all on his own. "Fuck it. Bring it on. I am here all day, bitches," he growled, and sent out another burst of poison needles, killing a dozen instantly. When the nearby healers hurriedly tried to resurrect them and cleanse them, he started going for the healers. In between, he continuously cast blood chains on repeat, locking down anyone who tried to use magic scrolls. The balance was already hanging on by a thread, and with the new army added to this, things were going to get very tricky. Damon did not plan to hold back any longer. He thought he could maybe continue to hide Goldie, but now he scrapped that plan and summoned the Little Spark. While the Little Spark did not do all that much damage, it was still giving a constant bleed damage on repeat without exhaustion. At this time, every small thing could help, so he summoned the Little Spark again. Coincidentally, a huge burst of fire assaulted him at the same time. Damon dodged it, moving to the side, only to see a flamboyant man with orange hair appear in front of him. He had an extremely handsome face with a smile radiant as the sun itself. "Well, well, if it isn't the infamous Blood God," he said, his tone both amused and commanding. "I was starting to think all that noise was exaggerated, but seeing you now," his smile widened, dazzling and arrogant, "I almost wish it were." The temperature spiked instantly. Flames coiled around his body like affectionate serpents, shaping into radiant wings that rippled with power. His eyes glowed amber, twin miniature suns burning with divine pride. Damon narrowed his eyes, his own aura pressing back against the oppressive heat. Blood energy hissed and steamed where it met the fire, crimson mist rising between them like a veil. "You are done here," he declared, a burning sword materializing in his hand. "I have come to end your little night." Damon smirked, blood swirling around his hand as his eyes glinted dangerously. "Oh, is that so? Then you must be the celestial hero, the guild leader of the European coalition." "Yep, that would be me, the one and only Reynard Devereaux of the Devereaux family." "Dev what now?" Damon looked indifferent, but he was inwardly shocked. The hidden families were supposed to be low-profile, ancient families with a strong foundation in politics, power, and economy, but everyone knew about the Devereaux family. The Devereaux family was one of the richest families in Europe, and even the Queen of England was rumored to be a mere puppet of the family. In Damon's last life, after the guild went public, all sorts of rumors started spreading about the family. Some said that Hitler was a servant of the family. Some claimed that Putin was another servant. The rumors were so exaggerated that some even claimed that their history went as far as the ancient pyramids. Supposedly, a member of the Devereaux family took a liking to a beauty queen of Egypt and all her 10 sisters. The man lived like a king with his big harem of Egyptian beauties, and when he died, all his concubines were mummified alive and buried with him as per his request. Damon had no idea if there was any truth to these claims, but one thing was certain. The family had deep pockets and deep connections.
Such a family's direct heir was now standing in front of him. If he was not wrong, then that girl and the other golden mask handsome bastard should also belong to equally influential and powerful families, even though he had no idea who exactly they were. He had always thought that the top god-level players were the main strength of the super guilds, but now more and more so-called players were stepping out of the woodwork. Shouldn't these people be rare, like dragons and phoenixes? Instead, why did it feel as if anyone could be a top player as long as the super guild wants them to be? Then who was the real power running everything behind the scene? Damon couldn't help but think how powerful such an existence had to be. Reynard chuckled in amusement. "You say you do not know my family, yet it is clear that you do. You know you can always kneel and beg for forgiveness. I am in a very forgiving mood today." Damon paused for a moment and stared at the guy in front of him. The moment he cracked his neck with a laugh. "Orangehead, weren't you the one who ran away from me before? Now where did all this courage come from? Brought some backup with you, huh? And what's with you guys and kneeling? Do everyone kneel in front of you?" Damon expected the guy to get angry and riled up, but the man was far from it. Reynard seemed completely at ease with a big smile on his face. A tactical retreat is not the same as running away. Reynard smiled, and Damon smiled in return. A shameless person recognized another shameless person. At the same time, Damon was not idle. He might be chit-chatting with the guy, but in the background he was doing many other things simultaneously. It looked like the new guy had brought over many stealth experts whom Damon promptly exposed, and his shadow clone took care of things from there. Reynard's face changed when he realized 3 out of the 8 stealth fighters were already down. "You are not at all simple, are you?" Reynard did not waste any more time. He grinned as a fiery aura abruptly appeared around him. He then lifted his hand and bellowed, "Invoke Solar Mandate!" His bracelet started shining with a blinding intensity. 12 shining suns appeared all around them. Damon could already tell that the bracelet was not an ordinary item. It was definitely a legendary item. That woman had one, and now this guy too. These super guilds really had it sweet. They seemed to be rolling in legendary items and endless gold coins. Damon gashed his fangs as he prepared to dodge what looked like an insanely powerful attack. If he was not wrong, then the 12 suns should be shooting out nasty stuff left and right any time now. And he was not wrong. The very next moment, shit hit the fan. The power of the legendary item was clearly demonstrated. The 12 miniature suns blazed like fragments of a dying star, each one humming with divine heat and compressed mana. Then, all at once, they started rotating, slowly at first, then faster, spinning around Reynard in a perfect formation. Streams of molten light cascaded down from them, turning the very air into fire. The ground cracked open, glowing lines spreading outward in every direction like golden veins. It was clear that these 12 suns wouldn't allow any attack or attacked near Reynard. Anything would be burned into a crisp in an instant. It was the perfect defense, but that's not all it did. Damon barely had a moment to react before the first wave of solar lances came crashing down. Each one moved at impossible speed, tearing through the air and leaving behind trails of blinding light that scarred the battlefield. The 12 suns were shooting at him with an insane speed. He dodged barely, but the assault kept continuing with no signs of stopping. It didn't matter how far he went, the lances followed him all over the battlefield, as if they could sense him. They were locked on him, and they were clearly not going to change their minds anytime soon. While Damon continued to dodge these solar attacks narrowly, the other vampires and undeads were not lucky. Many fell thanks to the shooting. But at the same time, there was no friendly fire. Damon was shocked to see that the damn sons actually avoided friendly fire by mysteriously mellowing down their lances right before it hit any NPC or player. This was downright cheating. Damon had wanted to take out some of the players by showing up right behind them and dodging at the last moment. Clearly, that wasn't going to happen. The legendary items were always like this, completely unreasonable. So far, they had only been dealing with incomplete legendary items, but Damon was pretty sure the one in front of him was a solid and complete one. It was completely different from the incomplete ones in terms of abilities and output level. The single item was boosting the guy's whole profile. Just as Damon was racking his brain to think of a solution and figure out how to avoid this particularly nasty item and its disgustingly powerful attacks, out of nowhere, something unexpected happened. One son suddenly disappeared.
Reynard laughed loudly, watching Damon and the other vampires scramble on the battlefield. His diadem of the Eternal Sun was indeed a tough opponent once it was fully loaded, and boy was it locked and loaded right now. Learn your place, bloodsucker. You dare to stand against the masters of your world? Reynard clapped his hands. Jump for me, monkey. Jump! Jump! There you go. Watching Damon get almost hit and skewered a few dozen times put a super big smile on his face. Blood God, huh? Your show is over, buddy. You were running the whole damn thing when we weren't looking. But now that we are here, you should tuck your tail, bow obediently, and step aside for the real gods. He tousled his bald orange hair and continued enjoying the show. Come now, blood god, where's that pride you had before? You're supposed to be this terrifying monster, right? The big bad vampire who makes players cry and tremble? The bastard villain? Then stop crawling in the dirt and entertain me. He kicked a charred corpse aside and continued laughing, eyes gleaming like molten amber. Look at you scrambling like a cockroach the moment someone brings real fire to the party. Pathetic. Do you finally understand the difference between noble lineage and whatever gutter blood runs in your veins? He tilted his head, that perfect smug smile widening. Come then, blood god, kneel before Reynard Devereux, the real god. The man laughed, his laugh reverberating through the entire battlefield. Both Necro-God and Damon gritted their teeth and were trying their best to come up with ways to take down the guy. All sort of attacks were flying back and forth, however, nothing seemed to be working. The power of the legendary item was as such. Only another legendary item could even come close to matching its prowess. Damon had half a mind to call Bloodrain to see if she could work any miracles here. He had already tried all sorts of attacks, but the guy seemed to have complete immunity for the duration of this skill. And the worst part was the attack was only worsening with each fraction of a second. It was explosively increasing. Damon was being cornered without any space for him to breathe or block. He was pulling all sorts of things out of his ass, and every single thing was useless. It was in the middle of this madness and chaos, suddenly something unexpected happened. One of the sons disappeared. Damon was the first to notice. Reynard was busy laughing and jeering and did not seem to care all that much about it. Damon chalked it up to being part of the skill mechanics of the legendary item and did not think too much about it. He really didn't have the time to either. Even if he stopped for an instant, he would be immediately bombarded with a dozen powerful attacks which even he did not stand any chance against. Pulling in all of the blood essence from the battlefield, he continued pushing himself and evading all of the attacks like a maniac. And then it happened again. Another freaking sun disappeared. Damon almost had an itch to rub his eyes properly and look, but there was no doubt about it.
Instead of the 12 deadly miniature suns, there was now only 10 of them. What the hell? Perhaps the skill was starting to come down. Well, that was good news for him. Damon grinned. He now only had to evade these nonsensical attacks for a few more seconds, and he would be in the clear. Even if it was a legendary item, I was pretty sure it shouldn't be able to execute back-to-back terrifying attacks, unless it also had an item spirit like Blood Rain. Unfortunately, there was really no way for him to guess the extent of its power. He could only let things play out. Meanwhile, with the little attention he had to spare, he continued to block all the magic scrolls' activation as much as he could. One or two went through anyways, and there was nothing he could do about that. Thankfully, Necrogod seemed to be handling that part of the equation. The little shit came in clutch as he erected dark shields just in time to block some very devastating attacks. At this rate, he should be able to push through, or rather scrap through, just barely. While Damon was trying his best to somehow get through this, soon, a couple seconds later, one more sun disappeared. At this point, he wasn't even surprised. On the other side, Reynard didn't seem to care at all either. "You are pathetic. How long are you going to continue this futile struggle? Crawl, little leech. I'll count your last 10 heartbeats for you." Reynard's smile flashed. 10, 9, 8. The man counted triumphantly when another one of the miniature suns winked out as if pinched between two unseen fingers. Damon didn't look, but he felt the absence, the pressure easing a bit more. Then some seconds later, another went dark. Reynard didn't even glance up. Try not to die in an ugly pose. He clapped his thigh and laughed like an idiot. Damon did not understand. What was going on? Didn't the guy know his own skill? Can't he see that the skill was weakening and he was winning? Shouldn't he be preparing for some sort of counterattack right about now? Adding some more attacks so that he would continue to feel the pressure? He could only sigh in confusion at the stupidity of the young master of the super-famous family. One could dress up a pig in legendary items and put it on the battlefield, but a pig was still a pig. It wasn't Damon's business. He already had his hands very full. He continued pushing himself as much as he could, when finally the number of suns reduced by half and everything became considerably easier. There was now only 6 suns shining brightly, and Reynard's constant jeering finally paused. It looked like he had finally noticed what was happening, and Damon managed to catch the look on his face. The orange head seemed to be genuinely confused. Damon raised a brow. Come on! He couldn't be so dumb that he did not know how his own legendary item skill worked, right? Then right in front of everyone, another sun blinked out as well. Reynard right now looked extremely shocked and confused. All the arrogance, pride, and confidence was completely gone from his handsome face. All his energy had drained out. Only a pale, trembling figure was left behind. The flame fragments? Where did they go? He started panicking and looking around, trying to count the number of shining suns again, but no matter how many times he counted, half of them were simply missing. Blood God? He clenched his fists, his entire body trembling. What did you do? Where are my flame fragments? Do not make this issue any worse than it already is. Don't forget, you still live in our world. Return my flame fragments right this instant. Otherwise, even if you hide at the end of the world, we will still find you and your family and feed you all to the wolves. The man's rage boiled off of him as he shouted one threat after another, yet all Damon could see was desperation. Clearly, something was wrong, and Damon's answer was a lazy smile. Flame fragments? Why did something happen to your precious legendary item? Did you drop something somewhere on the battleground? Shall I help you look for it? Reynard completely lost it. Blood God, answer me now!
I will rape and kill your mother and your wife right in front of your eyes. Do not play with me!" Damon's face changed. A predatory look appeared in his eyes as he teleported right in front of Reynard. "Are you threatening my family right in front of me?" Reynard did not care. The remaining 6 sons were blasting off attacks left and right as he too started conjuring a massive ball of flame. His orange hair became brighter as if it were really on fire. Damon could feel that the man's power just went up a notch. He prepared to completely block the attack and counterattack right there on the spot. A flaming red ball appeared in his hand as well and started becoming bigger and bigger. Damon did not stop with this and added a sneak attack right behind the massive Hellfire Blood Blast attack. The next instant, everything exploded. The 2 attacks collided with each other and shockwaves spread across the battlefield. Damon already teleported away from there and appeared somewhere behind Reynard to fully seal the deal and send the bastard packing. But before that, something unexpected happened. The 2 power-packed attacks did not exactly detonate. Nothing really happened at all. Weirdly, the 2 attacks simply fizzled out and disappeared. What the hell? Both Reynard and Damon looked shocked. Both of them looked at the site of explosion, wondering what went down and searching for some explanation when a loud burping sound came out. Huh? The next moment, Damon's jaw dropped on the floor, and Reynard looked petrified as the both of them watched a small spark buzz out of the spot. It was like a firefly, happily buzzing and flying around without any care in the world. Reynard was still dumbfounded, but Damon could instantly connect everything that happened. This little thing had been busy at work. If he was not wrong, then Goldie probably gobbled up many things, just like it had gobbled up the Hellfire essence back in that place. But to absorb the flame fragments directly from a legendary item? It couldn't be, right? Damon couldn't believe something like that on a hunch, and quickly pulled out his system interface. Then all the proof he needed flashed brightly one after another right on his face. Ding! Goldie has absorbed a high-tier flame fragment. Ding! Goldie. Fire essence required for evolution, 50,000, 1 million. Ding! Goldie has absorbed a high-tier flame fragment. Ding! Goldie. Fire essence required for evolution, 100,000, 1 million. Ding! Goldie has absorbed a high-tier flame fragment. Ding! Goldie, fire essence required for evolution, 150,000, 1 million. This little fire sprite had indeed done the deed. It had absorbed the flame fragments, which from the manic look on Reynard's face was a key component of the legendary item. Damon could only gape at the awesomeness that was Goldie. Even after absorbing something which belonged to a legendary item, the little sprite was still not full and continued to absorb every single flame fragment on the item. This sprite was truly a greedy little thing, and he loved it. Go, go, go! Get the next one! Get them all! Damon mentally cheered the little guy. Goldie zipped a delighted figure 8, then dove straight into the diadem's corona like a pebble into a pond. 6 suns became 5. No explosion, no drama, just a soft gulp and a guilty hiccup from the spark. Damon could see it all clearly now that he knew what to look for. He was truly impressed by the little rascal. Reynard, on the other hand, became even more miserable. His legendary item, an item that gave him the edge among many other members of his family, an item that made him stand out in this world and the real world, was now dying right in front of his eyes. He was way too agitated to think clearly or even notice Goldie. He frantically continued erecting barriers after barriers and started taking out huge chunkers of mana stones from his spatial ring and feeding it to the bracelet in hopes that it would bring back the flames. The man was completely falling apart. At this point, he even forgot about shouting threats at Damon and only focused on his bracelet, trying to somehow revive it by hook or crook. Seeing him in this state, a wicked smile appeared on Damon's face. Goldie had shown off its prowess.
Now wasn't it his turn to do some showing off as well? Acting as if Damon were still frustrated with the solar lances and beams attacking him from left and right, he continued running around on the battleground, breathing hard and looking haggard. But inwardly, he activated a vicious skill which he was quite confident would work very well at the moment. Mental corruption. Is everything gone? Did your legendary item break a little? Or maybe a lot? I have spies everywhere, you Devereaux dog. The men standing behind you have already given me all the details I need. They told me how to destroy the damn thing. You are screwed, you orange boy. F-U-C-K-E-D. Do you understand? You stood no chance right from beginning. I was the one who lured you here. Think about it. Reynard froze. What are you saying? His eyes flicked toward his own men, familiar faces, loyal comrades, elite guards trained since childhood. But now he noticed the subtle way one of them didn't meet his eyes, the barely perceptible delay in another's step, the hesitation in their movements. No, you're bluffing, Reynard growled, but his grip on his staff faltered. A single drop of sweat rolled down his cheek because deep down a part of him wanted to believe it. They laughed about you behind your back, you know, called you the weakest heir the Devereaux line ever produced, said the bracelet deserved someone better. Now they are here to make sure that it does. Your own brother teamed up with me to make sure that this happened. What are you going to do now? You are done for. Damon laughed without any restraint. He had no idea if this orange head had a brother or not, but he was fine with spouting nonsense and making guesses left and right. The other party was in such a mindset, after all. He activated mental corruption over and over again and continued to taunt him. He thought it was going to take some time, but Reynard surprisingly lost it pretty quick. One of the men moved closer to him in order to block an attack when Reynard turned around to glare at him with reddened eyes full of madness and craze. "You are with him, aren't you? Are you trying to stab me in the back?" Reynard roared, and sent a blast wave at the guy. The guy was a level 85 player and was perfectly capable of blocking an attack like this, but he did not dare block Reynard's attack. He silently took it, a huge chunk of his health disappearing. My lord. He wanted to say something, but Reynard did not give him a chance at all. With the legendary item empowering him, he sent back-to-back powerful attacks at the guy and quickly finished him off. The others were shocked to witness such a scene. Another player rushed over to Reynard to check if everything was fine, but even this time Reynard misunderstood his intentions and started firing at him. Soon the whole place devolved into madness. Reynard started attacking everyone around him left and right without any rhyme or reason. "Stop it! Who is poisoning me? Who is backstabbing me? You will pay for this dearly. You can't do anything to my legendary item. I won't give it up. You can't take what is mine. I am the next heir. You can tell that fucker to go and die already. Howard will never become the heir. He will never receive the true blessing from our God. I am the chosen one. I am the heir." The cracks in Reynard's mind weren't just from Damon's relentless taunting. It looked like they were rooted in all the good stuff: jealousy, paranoia, insecurity, all the fertile soil a skill like mental corruption needed to bloom into something spectacular. And bloom it did. The battlefield had become completely chaotic. Flames erupted wildly as Reynard unleashed everything he had, turning on his own men in blind fury. He screamed, hurling searing spears at anyone within reach. "Liars, all of you! I'll burn this traitor's pit to the ground!" Two more of his guards tried to restrain him, calling his name, but Reynard responded with a solar pulse that vaporized them mid-sentence. The men turned to ash where they stood, their gear clattering to the floor. The once elite entourage reduced to little more than fuel for their prince's delusion. The spiral of self-destruction was extremely amusing to watch, But Damon was not satisfied with just that. He wanted some answers. "How about we make a deal, Reynard? I will tell you everything about the traitors and even help you put your legendary item back together. All you have to do for me in return is give up some minor information about that annoying golden-masked bastard. Does he also have a legendary item on him? What is he planning next?" Reynard's hands twitched mid-cast. His pupils were blown wide, his breath erratic, and sweat slicked his temples. "Come on, Reynard, just a bit of information. I will give you the traitors. I will give you Howard's entire plan. Tell me about the golden-masked bastard. You know who I mean." Reynard staggered, clutching his head. You don't know what you're messing with. Michael is not like me. He is very strong. You will never be able to beat him in 1,000,000 years. He did not fight you properly before. It's all part of his plan. His God has already granted him his true—" Before Reynard could finish his sentence, suddenly his body slumped mid-sentence. A black-robed man appeared out of nowhere and caught Reynard's body, shooting a glare towards Damon. Damon instantly knew that this guy was not like Reynard. He was a much more powerful opponent. More importantly, the guy wasn't planning to stand and fight him. He looked like he was about to leave. Damon quickly checked the bracelet, and there was still 3 shining dots left. Goldie needed to complete his meal. So no, he couldn't allow the guy to leave just yet. Damon's expression hardened. 3 dots. 3 remaining flame fragments pulsing faintly within the almost fully drained diadem of the eternal sun, each one a small fortune of power he had no intention of letting walk away. Goldie buzzed around doing its best. To give the fire sprite its time, Damon did not have to do much. He just needed to exchange a couple of attacks at most with the black-robed man. However, he had no intentions of doing this casually. The only reason the red-robed guy hadn't killed Damon immediately was because he had his own agenda. Something told Damon that this one definitely did not have any agenda like that. He would probably fight to kill the very first time. And if he was as powerful as the red-robed man, then could he withstand even a single attack from the man? Damon decided that his best chance lay in trash-talking. "What, come to pick up your princess?" he drawled, flashing a crooked grin as his aura flared crimson. "You Devereux lapdogs sure know how to clean up a mess. What's next? You gonna tuck him into bed and sing him a lullaby?" The black-robed man's head turned slightly. "Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say something wrong?" Damon mocked, gesturing toward the unconscious Reynard. "I didn't realize your master's babysitter was on duty today. How many of you does it take to carry one burnt chicken off the battlefield?" Damon barely closed his mouth when something shifted. Everything happened way too quickly, much quicker than he could react. The man raised his free hand. Darkness condensed into a black blade, black fire running down its length. All Damon could see was that black blade, and the next moment the blade was already in front of him, aimed to strike him right at his chest. There was nothing he could do. It was too fast. Before Damon could even think, the attack was already upon him. It was some sort of illusion trick. This was going to hurt like a bitch. Damon braced himself for the damage as the attack passed through his armor, his items, his blood barrier, and reached for him. It was just about to carve out a massive gash on his body and spill blood when suddenly a loud clanging sound rang out. Damon looked down to see that the attack was actually blocked before it could touch him. And it was blocked by none other than the little black egg, which was stuck to his chest. The little leech had come in clutch and helped him block a huge attack. Damon instantly shifted gears and prepared himself before another attack came. He might have been caught off guard the first time around, but it was not going to happen again. Unfortunately, it looked like the black-robed man had no plans of sticking around and fighting with him. He had already disappeared along with Reynard. "Sorry, bud, I tried," Damon told Goldie, who seemed restless. The sprite only managed to absorb one other flame fragment before the 2 were gone. In total, it had gobbled 10 out of the 12 flame fragments.
An impressive feat. After all, these flame fragments were a part of a legendary item. But the little sprite did not look satisfied. "It's fine. We will get it next time." Damon dusted it off and moved on. After all, there was a battle going on all around him. He couldn't afford to be hung up on one little thing. He first checked the state of the egg, and there did not seem to be any damage or even a slight scratch. The little leech was pretty tough. Maybe he needed to start using this a lot more to block attacks. Then he immediately jumped back into action and got another guy who was trying to activate a magic scroll. Goldie as well went back to shooting out attacks randomly and repeatedly. Damon only spared the little sprite a single glance when he saw that he was now shooting out not one, but 2 flame bullets at the same time. One reeked of hellfire, while the other was actually solar fire. Now it was doing double the damage it did before on endless repeat mode. Before, the damage number wasn't high enough to make it significant. At max, it was just a bleed damage of 100 to 500, but now things were different. It was doing 500 to 1,000. This could easily add up over seconds and remove chunks of health from the opponent. The nasty part was that the sprite did not run out of mana and it did not have any cooldown time for the attack skill. Seeing this, Damon immediately had an idea. He had actually planned to try this out from the convenience of his blood haul sometime later, but now seemed as good a time as any, especially if it meant that this was going to improve Goldie's attack power once again, making it a very real threat. Without hesitation, Damon took out the lantern item dropped by Sanctifier Vero. "Goldie, can you absorb this thing too?" Damon was not sure, but it was rumored that this lantern contained a spark of a high-tier holy flame fragment that empowered a lot of Vero's attacks. It was not quite a legendary item, but it was extremely powerful, perhaps because of the single flame fragment. The next moment, just as he suspected, Goldie zapped toward the lantern in a straight line with a lot of enthusiasm. From the looks of it, it also did not have any restrictions. It seemed capable of absorbing any type of flame fragment, even the spark of the holy fire fragment. The little sprite zoomed directly into the center of the lantern. A ribbon of white gold fire unspooled into the air. The little light inside the lantern then completely disappeared as Goldie shot out once more. Now it looked a lot more happier. Ding! Goldie has absorbed a high-tier flame fragment. Ding! Goldie, fire essence required for evolution, 600,000 out of 1 million. Ding! Goldie has gained a new trait. There was a bunch of other notifications that Damon did not bother going through. He watched the little spark in action as it now started emitting 3 fire bullets at the same time, each one doing somewhere around 200 damage, coming to a total of 600 damage. But this was the lower range. The upper range was 1,500 to 2,000. Damon grinned as he wondered just how much the attack power would increase when the little sprite absorbed enough fire essence to complete the first evolution. He needed to find more sources for the little sprite soon to match its appetite. However, for now, he needed to satisfy his own appetite. Damon could feel his spat absorption slowing down, but his skills were still getting upgraded pretty quickly thanks to all the different varieties of players on the battleground. Surprisingly many, with all sorts of special skills. The Super 10 were not the top guilds for nothing. He continued slaughtering everyone he could get his hands on and absorbed all the blood essence he could like there was no tomorrow. But this was not the same as the beginning of the game. He couldn't simply mow down whomever he wanted to. There were a lot more restrictions now, and he needed to watch out for trap skills that could stun him or paralyze him. If he got hit with even a single one of those skills, then it would instant game over. Damon made sure not to stay in a single spot for more than a second to make sure that this did not happen. All the constant shadow stepping and blinking was costing him a lot of mana. Exhaustion was slowly creeping up, and the player army seemed endless, especially with the new addition of players.
On the other side, Necro God was equally relentless, but he too looked ragged and pushed to his limits. Damon did not worry about him. He knew that the kid was way too stubborn to fold just yet. The most surprising part was that Milana was also pulling her weight. Damon did not think much of her, or rather, he didn't really have any time to assess her abilities or potential. But now, after seeing her in action, he could clearly see it. The girl had a lot of talent. Water mages were typically not that strong in combat, but her control over the element was exceptional. She made droplets into razor-thin blades that struck weak points with surgical precision. Her mana usage was elegant and efficient, and she seemed to always be one step ahead, anticipating where the enemies would move. She was a born fighter. Damon gave her a glance across the chaos, and then continued slaughtering. Though the army had big momentum, he was able to stall them somewhat. If this continued, then he would be able to truly manage this side. However, it looked like the other party had no intentions of letting something like that happen. The reinforcements from the European coalition were still continuing to pour in when another stream of players also started to join from a different direction. Damon's eyes widened. Heading the army was none other than the man with the golden mask, the guild leader of the northern frontier. Surrounding him was a team of elite players and C-rank NPCs. "So you want to bury me right here in this battlefield, huh?" Damon sneered. The guy was doing everything he can to crush him with numbers. No matter how much he fought back, he was bringing out more and more players and NPCs to hit him back. Damon knew this was coming for him, and this was precisely why he was trying to make a deal with Hinata. But it looks like luck was not in his favor today. Or perhaps Goldie had gobbled up all of his luck. That little sprite and Blood Rain had gained the most today. But hey, there was still time. With this much blood essence flowing left and right in the battlefield, wouldn't a chance come for him as well? Damon laughed wildly. He unleashed his poison domain left and right to set off a few more rounds of death. The new people were yet to get organized, and the speed with which the poison acted left very little time for them to resist the attack. However, this too only lasted for some time. Michael, the golden masked bastard, had clearly come prepared for it. Troops after troops of healers were unleashed into the battlefield. Though these healers were not able to completely block the effect of the poison, they were able to prevent the instant deaths and slow down the poison. By then, Damon had already moved on to another location. The lack of subsequent pressure made it easy for the healers to take their time and resolve the issue. Sure, the whole ordeal was draining their resources like water, but the other side seemed to possess endless resources. "You cannot win this no matter what you do. Give up and surrender," Michael's voice thundered across the battlefield. Half of the men around him disappeared, all locked onto Damon, no doubt. The next moment, teleportation became impossible in the battlefield, and a white barrier popped up all around. Damon's eyes narrowed as the golden dome shimmered into existence, sealing him inside with an army of elite players. This was followed by a flood of light that exterminated any and all shadows within the battlefield. Suddenly, Damon was completely exposed, alone and vulnerable. Michael indifferently watched the whole thing. He made sure Damon was cornered like a wild animal with no other routes of action. But there was still the matter of actually attacking him and taking him down. And Damon showed no signs of stress or pressure. "A little bold, are we, now that you have backup?" Michael did not respond. He silently stood as an army of men started charging towards Damon. However, before the army could reach him, 3 figures silently appeared around Damon. Damon still grinned, despite the precarious situation he was in. The other guy wanted to push him until he broke, and he was just fine with it. At most, some of his future plans would be ruined, and his skills would be revealed. It had to happen someday. Why not today? If they were that determined to bury him, then he would go out with a bang and destroy everyone else first. He was about to let go fully and go wild with no restrictions. The poor fool flooded the entire battlefield with a divine and holy aura, not knowing that his current strongest skills were in fact in those elements. In fact, he hadn't received a single debuff yet, even with all their efforts. On the contrary, if he attacked now, his every single attack would receive a huge boost, insanely amplifying his destruction potential. So what if his secrets were revealed? That only meant that he had to become stronger that much faster. Damon did not give two shits about it. Plans were bound to fail, and he of all people knew that very well. There was no point in being stubborn and clinging to something. It was time to rock and roll and go with the flow. A blinding light started gathering in his hand as his cold gaze swept over the first line of players and NPCs coming for him. But suddenly 3 figures appeared all around him before any of the players or NPCs could get close to him. First was a blood-red figure, whose features weren't all that clear. Blood Rain. The weapon spirit seethed in anger, and Damon could already sense it just from her anger. As soon as she appeared, blood-red spots started appearing on the barrier. Some sort of skill was already eating up the barrier, and it was doing it pretty fast. Next was Erin's slender figure, slender because she was in her human form at the moment. She directly punched a hole in the freaking barrier as she landed near him. Her draconic eyes gazed at everyone coldly and disdainfully, her miasmic aura blasting forward into the pure and light-filled battlefield. Damon chuckled. He hadn't called these two here, and yet they were here despite his orders to focus on the other battlefield. Did you both think that I wasn't capable of handling myself? He was about to add something else when a third figure appeared behind him. Damon's eyes immediately widened in shock. With his perception and his bloodline skill, how could he not know who it was? In fact, he did not need good perception or his primordial senses. Even without that, he would tell instantly who it was just from the chill running down his spine. Fuck me. Why the hell is she back? His heart sank as a familiar voice sounded. I am here, my love. I am sorry I made you wait so long. Damon turned slowly, hoping he was under another illusion attack or some shit, when he was utterly shocked at the sight waiting for him. Standing in front of him was no longer the pure white-robed battle priestess. Instead, her eyes were pitch black. She was dressed in black from top to bottom like a goth wannabe, and there was a pair of black feathered wings on her back. Damon's lips parted, but no words came out. He just stood there, stunned, stupid for a moment, blinking at the twisted vision of Aurora standing before him. What the hell happened to you? Damon asked her, though he already knew the answer to the question. The woman in front of him was undoubtedly an unevolved version of an angel. The angelic wings and slight hints of a halo around her head were a dead giveaway. But this one wasn't a normal angel. She had black feathered wings, and even her aura was bleak, filled with dark energy. She was unmistakably a fallen angel. A fallen angel. Who were angels? They were divine beings. Their entire race was considered blessed and holy. In Earth Online, there were hidden classes, legendary items, special titles, and special bloodlines. However, there were some races which were inherently superior to everything else. They started at a better starting point, they gained better bonuses as they leveled up, their body was a lot stronger and sturdier. Basically, anything anyone else could do, they could do it better. On top of this, they were also able to enjoy the other benefits from bloodline, hidden classes, and titles. While these things certainly boosted the abilities of a normal player, it did so much more for a higher race like an angel. For example, if an angelic being possessed Damon's bloodline, they wouldn't have had so many issues with body, soul, and mind not being strong enough to handle the bloodline. They would have simply thrived with it, and their power would have skyrocketed. Fallen angels were no different. In fact, they were even worse. Where normal angels were bound by divine law and celestial order, fallen angels had no such chains. They had been cast out,
or had leapt willingly from the higher realms, severing their ties to divine balance. But they didn't lose their gifts. No, they kept their angelic physique, their superior stat growth, their holy blessings. But those blessings now became heretic blessings. Their skills mutated, and their will, it became their own. Unshackled from morality, unburdened by duty, fallen angels could become monsters of terrifying potential, wielding both the might of the heavens and the will of an individual. Damon stared at Aurora as the battlefield around them seemed to dim. She was definitely a shockingly powerful bombshell at the moment, but he did not care about that all too much. What he looked at was the effort behind it all. Just how much difficulty this woman should have faced in the past few days to have achieved something like this.
Damon's gaze narrowed as he watched her wings ruffle slightly, the black feathers catching no light, yet radiating a suffocating presence. This wasn't some cosmetic makeover. This was evolution, transformation, pain-fueled metamorphosis. For someone who had once stood for light, to now command darkness so naturally, it wasn't just a shift in power. It was a complete redefinition of self. And Aurora, she hadn't crumbled under it. She had embraced it. Whatever she had sacrificed, her divinity, her faction, maybe even her faith, she had done it with terrifying conviction. Even with her superior bloodline and gifts she was born with, she still must have gone through countless struggles and sufferings to get to this point, and she had embraced all of the pain and the torture that came along with it, willingly. All for him? Damon exhaled slowly. He wasn't sure whether to feel honored, terrified, or furious. Maybe all three. What kind of madness had she endured? What had she torn apart within herself and in the world to stand here now? Damon clenched his fist. Why couldn't this woman behave even a little bit rational and logical? He did not deserve any of this, damn it. From the beginning, he had only considered her an ally at best. He had always thought of her as a nuisance and a lunatic who was merely plotting something behind his back. Damon's jaw tightened as he looked away, unable to meet her eyes for more than a moment. He had done nothing to deserve so much. He was an asshole and a bastard, and was definitely not worthy of such an intense feeling. Why was she like this over him? For the love of all things that were sane, I simply couldn't understand. It was like she was fixated on him. She was obsessed with him. Every time he pushed her away, she came back stronger. Every time he questioned her loyalty, she responded with actions that drowned out all doubts. What was wrong with her? Aurora bit her lips on seeing Damon's reaction. "Do you not like what you see, my love?" Damon flinched slightly. This girl was ridiculous. What was she saying? How could she say things like this? As if she wasn't standing there, cloaked in darkness, exuding the kind of pressure that made even veteran guild leaders piss their pants. As if she wasn't a divine juggernaut of corrupted grace and fury. Damon exhaled again. He then looked at her and smiled helplessly. "How could I still not like the way you look? You are terrifying and beautiful at the same time. I like it. I like all of it." Aurora's eyes lit up. "Terrifying enough to stand beside you? I can now stand and fight beside you, Blood God. I am no longer helpless. I don't have to watch from a distance anymore. I can be right here with you. I am strong. I can be with you all the time. I can be with you everywhere." She took a step forward, her wings folding slightly behind her, the black feathers brushing against the golden battlefield aura. Where they touched, the light curled inwards and died. Damon bitterly smiled. Well, shit. He hadn't expected her to become this strong. But then again, this was just the beginning of what a fallen angel could do.
Even Blood Rain turned to give her an acknowledging nod. Aurora, still smiling like a simple woman in love, turned her head slightly. "This is just the outer layer of my domain. I've sealed away most of it. I didn't want to melt your soul by accident, my love." Damon coughed. "Very thoughtful of you." But even as he made jokes, his fingers flexed with readiness. A paladin NPC at the front line dropped his sword, face pale. What is that thing? That's not an angel, that's a demon, a devil in disguise." "A fallen angel," Damon corrected. He quickly ended the guy's life with a few blood daggers sent to his throat back to back. Activating precise shot, a skill he had gained from someone from this very battleground, his aim was perfect and he brought down his health rapidly. He extended his hand toward the battlefield, blood and darkness swirling together around his palm. Aurora came up beside him, her eyes locked on the trembling line of enemies. "Shall we?" Damon grinned, his fangs glinting. "Let the slaughter begin." And with that, the battlefield descended into madness. Blood howled and shadows danced as the twin storms of Damon and Aurora unleashed themselves upon the army. Damon vanished from view, moving like a specter within Aurora's domain. The blackened terrain boosted his stealth and shadow abilities tenfold, the corrupted divine energy amplifying his vampiric abilities. Crimson slashes carved through armor, and blood splattered like rain as Damon went all out.